नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। आज 23 जून है और मंगलवार का दिन है। तो चलिए अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम भगवान जी की पूजा करते हैं। हनुमान जी की आज हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ते हैं। आप सब हमारे साथ जुड़ें और इस पूजा में पार्टिसिपेट करें। शुरू करते हैं। हाथ जोड़ लीजिए और भगवान का ध्यान कर लीजिए। श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज, निजमन मुकुर सुधार, बरनौ रघुबर बिमल जसु, जो दायक फल चार। बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके, सुमरो पवन कुमार, बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहि, हरेउ कलेश विकार। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर, जय कपीस तिहु लोक उजागर। राम दूत अतुलित बलधामा, अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा। महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी, कुमति निवार सुमत के संगी। कंचन वरन विराज सुबेसा, कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा। हाथ वज्र और ध्वजा विराजे, कांधे मूज जनेऊ साजे। शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन, तेज प्रताप महाजगबंदन। विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर, राम काज करिवे को आतुर। प्रभु चरित्र सुनवे को रसिया, राम लखन सीता मन बसिया। सूक्ष्म रूप धरी सिंह दिखावा, विकट रूप धरी लंक जरावा। भीम रूप धरी असुर सहारे, रामचंद्र जी के काज संवारे। लाए सजीवन लखन जी आए, श्री रघुवीर हर्ष उर लाए। रघुपत कीनी बहुत बड़ाई, तुम मम प्रिय भरत संभाई। सहस बदन तुमरो यश गावे, अस कही श्रीपति कंठ लगावे। संकादि ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा, नारद सारद सहित अहिसा। जब कुबेर दिक्पाल जहां थे, कवि कोविद कही सके कहां थे। तुम उपकार सुग्रीव ही कीना, राम मिलाए राजपद दीना। तुमरो मंत्र विभीषण माना, लंकेश्वर में सब जग जाना। जुग सहस्त्र जोजन पर भानु, लीलियो ताही मधुर फल जानो। प्रभु मुद्रिका मेल मुख माही, जलधि लांग गए अचरज नाही। दुर्गम का जगत के जेते, सुगम अनुग्रह तुमरे तेते। राम द्वारे तुम रखवाले, होत न आज्ञा बिन पैसारे। सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी सरना, तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना। आपन तेज समारो आपे, तीनों लोग हाँकते कांपे। भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सुनावे। नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा, जपत निरंतर हनुमत बीरा। संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे, मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जो लावे। सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा। और मनोरथ जो कोई लाए, सोई अमित जीवन फल पाए। चारों जुग प्रताप तुम्हारा, है प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा। साधु संत के तुम रखवाले, असुर निकंदन राम दुआरे। अस सिद्धि नौ निधि के दाता, असवर दीन जानकी माता। राम रसायन तुमरे पासा, सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा। तुमरो वचन राम को पावे, जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे। अंत काल रघुबर पुर जाई, जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाई। और देवता चित न धरे, हनुमत से ही सब सुख करे। संकट कटे मिटे सब पीरा, जो सुमरे हनुमत बलबीरा। जय 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 हनुमान गुसाई, कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई। जो सतपार पाठ कर कोई, छोटे बंधी महासुख होई। जो ये पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा, होए सिद्धि साकी गौरी सा। तुलसीदास सदा हरिचेरा, कीजिए नाथ हृदय में डेरा। पवन तनय संकट हरण, मंगल मूरत रूप। राम लखन सीता सहित, हृदय बसो सुरभूप। जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम। हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपका दिन शुभ रहे। इस वीडियो में विदा लेता हूँ। जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में। कहीं मजा आएगा। Namaskaram, you are most welcome. Are you a modern business leader or CEO feeling overwhelmed by constant market chaos, uncertainty, and decision fatigue? Today, we will discover how a 5,000-year-old framework can give you ultimate corporate edge. In this video, we will take help from Bhagavad Gita and break down, also unlock the secrets of Brahmi Sthiti, an enlightened state of consciousness where confusion vanishes and absolute clarity takes over. We will learn how top tier executives can apply this timeless principle to navigate high stake corporate environment without second guessing. Let's go and discuss this further. Picture this, friends. It's 11 p.m. and the board meeting is tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. sharp. You are staring at the spreadsheet filled with shifting market forecast, supply chain bottlenecks, and the potential merger that could either make or break your company this quarter. Your chest feels tight. Your mind is racing through a dozen what if scenarios. You are experiencing the classic agonizing reality of the modern executive life, which is decision fatigue, high stake pressure, and relentless uncertainty. As a CEO or a business leader, you are probably, you are probably read every modern management book out there, and you studied the agile framework, strategic pivots, and also emotional intelligence. But despite all the data and dashboards, a quite nagging question remains, which is, how do I find absolute clarity when the ground is shifting beneath my feet? What if I told you that the ultimate blueprint for the modern executive leadership isn't hidden in the latest Silicon Valley playbook, but was written over 5,000 years ago? Today we are exploring, the mastering the art of enlightenment leadership, drawing from one of the most profound texts on human consciousness ever written, which is Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 72 specifically. And the quote starts, to understand this deep, let's look at the exact text and, what Krishna tells Arjuna. In this enlightened state of consciousness, one never gets confused again. O Parth, if one attains this consciousness even at the time of death, one gets liberated from the cycle of birth and death. And all suffering ends by entering the spiritual abode of the God. And the quote close. Now let's pause. You might be thinking, wait, this sounds like a spiritual teaching for monks and sages. I'm running a multi-million-dollar enterprise. What does liberation or spiritual abode have to do with my P&L statement, my shareholder, and my quarterly targets? Well, friends, it's everything. Let's translate the ancient term Brahmi Sthiti into the language of the modern boardroom. Brahmi Sthiti literally means a state of consciousness anchored in absolute, in ultimate truth and clarity. For a CEO, this isn't about escaping the material world. It's about mastering it from the place of unshakable inner stability. It is the transition from reactive firefighting to conscious visionary. Let's break down the first core promise of this verse. And the first portion is, in the enlightened state of consciousness, one never gets confused again. Think about what kills the companies. It's rarely a lack of capital or lack of talent. It is the confusion. It is the paralysis by analysis. It is the CEO making reactive, ego-driven decisions out of fear, panic, or short-term pressure. When a crisis hits, whether it's a PR disaster, a hostile takeover attempt, or a sudden economic downturn, the ordinary leader reacts with panic. Their cognitive bandwidth shrinks. They get trapped in micromanagement and second guessing. The enlightened CEO operates differently. When you anchor your leadership in Brahmi Sthiti, you develop what we call the strategic equanimity. You realize that while market conditions are volatile, chaotic, and unpredictable, your internal state of awareness does not have to be in the same state. Imagine walking into a high stakes negotiations where other side is aggressive, also bluffing and trying to rattle you. If you are operating from ego and fear, you will fold or overpay. But if you are anchored in absolute clarity, you see through the noise instantly. You spot the underlying leverage. You make a cold, calculated, deeply intuitive decision without a single ounce of confusion. That is what never getting confused again looks like in the C-suite. It is a superpower of the supreme mental clarity amongst the corporate chaos. Let's look at the second dimension of this verse, which is the promise of ending suffering and finding true liberation. In the corporate world, we don't often talk about suffering. We use clinical terms like burnout, chronic stress, and compassion fatigue. Let's be honest about the emotional toll of the leadership. Many CEOs are carrying a profound, quiet weight. You feel isolated at the top. You tie your entire self worth to your company's stock price or valuation. If the company wins, you feel like a god. If the stock drops, you feel like a failure. This roller coaster of validation and despair is the exact cycle of suffering as mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. So, when Lord Krishna talks about breaking free from suffering and achieving liberation, he is offering a masterclass in detachment from the outcome. Now, detachment in business is often misunderstood. People think it means not caring. Far from it. It means caring deeply without the process, with the process, the people, and the mission, while releasing your psychological addiction to the outcome. When you stop tying your identity to external metrics, something remarkable happens. The burnout completely vanishes. You stop, lying awake at night, agonizing over things outside your control, like microeconomic shifts or competitor moves, etc. Instead, you focus 100% of your energy on what is within your control, which is your integrity, your vision, your execution, and how you mentor your team. You move from state of desperate striving to a state of powerful inspired execution. This brings us to the ultimate evolution of a leader, moving from transactional leadership to transformational legacy. Most business leaders build companies to extract value. They want scale, they want market share, and an exit strategy. There is nothing inherently wrong with that, but the truly great historic figures, the leaders who built the institutions that lasted for centuries, operated from a deeper well. When CEO embodied Brahmi Sthiti, their leadership shift from what can this company do from my ego and my bank account to what enduring value can I create through this enterprise that elevates everyone it touches. Your employees stop being just resources on the spreadsheet and become human beings whose growth and who is very important, and you are the steward of those people's growth. Your customers stop being just target demographics and become partners in the shared mission. And ironically, when you stop chasing short-term validation and start leading from this enlightened service-oriented consciousness, the financial results follow naturally. Integrity, clarity, and trust are the ultimate high yielding assets in modern business. So let's bring this all together. Let's bring this all home. Leadership is not just a title, it is the spiritual practice disguised as commerce. Every single day, your decision shapes the livelihood of dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of people. You cannot afford to lead from a place of confusion and panic and ego. So, friends, next time you face a massive corporate crisis, the next time your mind races and anxiety creeps in, pause, step back, remember chapter 2 of Bhagavad Gita, verse 72. Ask yourself, am I reacting from fear or am I anchoring myself in absolute clarity? Take a deep breath, step into an enlightened state of consciousness, because when you master your inner state, you master your market. If this lesson resonated with you, hit that subscribe button, share this video with fellow leaders who need a dose of clarity today, and drop a comment below about how you are cutting through the confusion in your own business or your company this week. Thanks for watching. Lead with clarity, friends, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. Hello, friends, you're most welcome. Namaskaram. We all know that the chemical rockets have reached their physical limit, leaving Mars years away and stars completely out of reach. But what if we could replace the fire with the raw power of a miniature sun? By using superconducting magnetic nozzles to accelerate plasma to relativistic speed, we could finally turn science fiction into high speed reality. How this works? Let us explore this further. For the last 70 years, we have been trying to conquer the final frontier using essentially the same technology that powered the V2 rocket of the 1940s. We burn fuel, we push it out at the back, and we move forward. It's effective for getting us to the orbit or even to the moon, but as far as for the rest of the solar system, it is simply not enough. Chemical rockets have reached their physical limits. At our current speeds, Mars is a multi-month journey, and the stars, they are effectively out of reach. We are like explorers trying to cross the Atlantic Ocean in a canoe. But what if we could replace the fire with the raw power of a miniature sun? What if we could stop carrying our fuel and start creating our energy? This isn't just a dream anymore. By using superconducting magnetic nozzles to accelerate plasma to relativistic speed, we are finally turning science fiction into a high speed reality. So friends, welcome to the fusion revolution in space propulsion. To understand why we are stuck, you have to understand the tyranny of the rocket equation. It is the cruel law of physics that dictates how much fuel you need to lift as a payload. Because chemical rockets are inherently inefficient. They are heavy, and because they are heavy, you need more fuel to lift the fuel. It is vicious cycle of diminishing returns, and you end up with a massive rocket which is 90% fuel tank and only tiny fraction is actually the mission payload. Now compare that to a fusion drive. In a fusion reactor, you are fusing hydrogen isotopes, deuterium and tritium to release massive amount of energy, and this is the same process that lights up our sun. So if we capture even a fraction of that energy and focus it, we aren't just talking about faster rockets. We're talking about an entirely new class of space flights. We are talking about continuous acceleration. Imagine a ship that doesn't just burn once and coast for months. Imagine a ship that accelerates for weeks on end and coasting at speed that makes the outer planet looks like a weekend trip. So if the fusion is the engine, the magnetic nozzle is the transmission. This is where the real magic happens. In the normal engine, the exhaust, which is quite hot, is controlled by a solid physical nozzle made of metal or ceramic. But in a fusion reactor, the exhaust is plasma, an ionized gas so hot it would instantly vaporize any physical material it touched. So you cannot touch a miniature sun with a metal wall, definitely not. So how do we direct that energy to create the thrust? We use magnetism. By using massive superconducting magnets, we can create a magnetic bottle or a magnetic nozzle. We trap the super hot plasma inside the field of invisible high strength magnetic force. Think of it like a funnel. The magnetic field acts as an invisible wall, forcing the high-speed plasma to exit the engine in one single high-velocity stream. This in turn generates the massive amount of thrust required to push our spacecraft forward. We are essentially riding the solar wind we created ourselves. We aren't just pushing against the air, we are pushing against the fundamental force of the universe. Now, you might be asking, if this is so great, why don't we have it yet? Well, it is not the lack of theory. The physics of fusion propulsion is quite sound. The challenge is the engineering nightmare of scaling this up for a spacecraft. There are few things that we need to take care of. First is the heat management. We are dealing with millions of degrees. Even with the magnetic containment, some heat will bleed through, keeping the ship from melting or keeping the superconducting magnets from warming up, and losing the superconductivity is a massive task. Next is a plasma stability. Plasma is famously difficult to control. It wants to twist, turn, and break free of its magnetic cage. Maintaining a stable, consistent stream for years of interstellar travel requires computing power and control systems that are still in their infancy. Next is the weight versus power. Our magnets currently are huge, heavy, and require massive cooling system. For an interstellar vessel, we need to drastically increase our power to weight ratio. But here is a good news. We are seeing breakthroughs. New high temperature superconducting materials are being developed right now that allow for smaller, lighter, and more powerful magnets that we ever thought possible. When we master the magnetic nozzle, we change everything. Mars won't be a 3 year mission, it will be a 3 months mission. The asteroid belt will be an industrial base, and Oort cloud that will become our new frontier. We are currently the generation that is deciding whether we stay on a single planet and become a single planet species, or we are trapped by the weight of our own chemical fuel, or whether we become a truly interstellar civilization. The fusion revolution isn't coming in a 100 years. Is being calculated, engineered, and tested in labs right now. The fire of the star is within our reach. We just need to figure out how to point it in the right direction. So, friends, thanks for watching. And if you want to, want us to dive deeper into physics of how we might actually build these superconducting magnets, make sure to subscribe and let me know in the comments. If you could go to any other star system, where would you point your fusion drive to? I am more curious to know what people think about this. So, friends, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Namaskaram, you're most welcome. Imagine a world where very air you breathe is filled with vaporized metal and the clouds are made of liquid sapphire. On the ultra hot gas giants, temperatures are so extreme that it literally rains molten iron from the sky. Today, we are diving into the lethal physics of the iron rain paradox. In the deepest reaches of our galaxy, industrial elements are being transformed into terrifying weather system that defies logic. How can a planet sustain a thermal inversion layer strong enough to liquefy metal into shimmering deadly downpour? We are going to discuss and dissect these extreme chemical cycles to uncover the secret of exotic planetary heat. Let's go and explore this further. Imagine a planet where the sky doesn't just look stormy, it literally falls apart. No water, no cloud as we know them, just clouds of vaporized metal cooling into liquid droplets that plummet to the surface. Welcome to the world of ultra hot Jupiters, specifically the exoplanet WASP 76b. That is quite an innovative name. However, WASP 776b is an ultra hot Jupiter. Today, we are diving into the physics of how iron rain happens. To understand the rain, we first need to understand the stage. WASP 76b is tidally locked. Just like our moon always shows the same face to the earth, this planet keeps one side permanently facing its host star. On the day side, the temperature hits over 2400 degrees Celsius, and that is hot enough not just to melt iron but to turn it into gas. It's literally furnace. But the physics get wilder when we look at the difference between the hemispheres. The key to this phenomena is the interplay between extreme heat and the atmospheric circulation. Because the day side is so hot, the pressure there is immense compared to the night side. The nature hates a gradient. It wants to balance the thing out. This pressure difference drives powerful supersonic winds, gales that rip across the planet at thousands of kilometers per hour. These winds act like massive conveyor belts, dragging that gaseous vaporized iron away from the furnace of the day side into the terminator zone, the thin silver of the dust that separate day from night. As the vapor crosses the terminator line, it enters the night side. The temperature drops to about 1500 degrees Celsius. While still scorching, this is the dew point for iron. Just like water vapor in our atmosphere hits a cold surface to create a condensation, the iron gas begins to lose thermal energy. It transitions from gas back into liquid state. Tiny droplets of molten iron form, and they accumulate, and the gravity pulls them down. This is a physics phase and physics of the phase transition at the most extreme. It isn't drizzle, it's a metallic downpour falling into the deeper, denser layer of the planet where the iron is once again vaporized by the crushing pressure and the heat below. So, why study this? It is not just to marvel at the horror of the universe. Understanding the chemistry of WASP 76b help us understand and also astronomers refine our model of the planetary formation and the atmospheric evolution. By studying these hellish worlds, we learn how atmosphere react under extreme radiation, which means how we can look for life-friendly atmosphere on smaller Earth-like planets. So the next time you look at a rainy day on Earth, remember it could be much worse. Universe is a laboratory of extreme state, and WASP 76b is just one example of the incredible violent beauty that exists when physics pushes matter to its absolute limit. Thanks for listening. Keep looking up. And I will also like to ask you, would you like to expand on specific atmospheric composition of WASP 76b, or perhaps dive deep into how scientists measure these temperatures from light years away from Earth? Do let me know in the comments below. And I will catch you again in the next one. Hello friends. Can the ancient wisdom solve the modern CEO's biggest challenge? In order to answer this question, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to explore why the state of Samadhi is becoming the ultimate North Star for the 21st century executive. In the area of market volatility and constant burnout, a leader's greatest asset isn't their strategy, it is their equanimity. We break down the Sanskrit wisdom of Yajna, Kam, and Kushalam through the lens of verse 6.23, which teaches us the true mastery is a state where no external crisis can perturb your inner peace. Hello friends, you are most welcome. Namaskaram. In today's volatile market, CEOs are constantly looking for sustainable edge. While we obsess over metrics and ROI, the ancient wisdom offers a different perspective on growth and risk management. In order to address this issue, we will take help of Bhagavad Gita, and in this video we break down some of the learnings that can, tell us how to do better risk management. Let's go and discuss this further. Friends, you are a CEO. You live life by the key performance indicator. You look at the balance sheet, quarterly projections, and market share percentage. You are wired to believe that everything in business must have an immediate, measurable return on investment. If it doesn't scale, if it doesn't hit the bottom line today, you are told that it's a waste of time. But what if I told you that there is one specific investment, that is one strategy that defies the laws of quarterly accounting? What if I told you that in world of high frequency volatility, the most efficient thing you can do for your company is to commit to a path that seemingly doesn't offer a quick payout? So friends, if you have reached so far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in. Now let's move ahead. Today we are going to look at 5,000-year-old business strategy from Bhagavad Gita. It's a verse that every CEO who is worried about longevity of their brand needs to, internalize. Following the path of dharma will never go waste, and that is where that is the first stanza of the verse. It will never hamper your progress, whereas even a little advancement will save you from many dangers. This is chapter 2, verse 40 of Bhagavad Gita. Now let us break it down. First, the word dharma. In business, especially in the business context, think of dharma not just as religion, but as your purpose or your right action. It is the alignment of your organization with its core values, its truth, and the responsibility to the ecosystem it operates in. The words make two massive claims. First, it will never go waste. Second, it saves you from many dangers. Let's look at why this is the ultimate competitive advantage. In business, we often view purpose or the ethics as a luxury. We think once I hit my revenue target, then I'll focus on the purpose. We treat it as an expense, something that sits in the charity budget, not the growth budget, etc. But the Gita argues the opposite. It says that the action taken in alignment with your true purpose never go waste. Think about compounding interest. When you start a business, your early efforts often yield zero visible results. You are pouring time, money, and soul into a product or a culture that hasn't taken off yet. But the traditional matrix, that is wasted time, but Dharma says no. So, as per the tradition, you will think, oh, it's completely gone case and time wasted and revenue loss. But Dharma says no. Every ethical decision, every moment of the integrity, every time you choose the right thing over the easy thing, you are building a brand equity that is invisible to your competitors. It is not wasted, it is compounding. When a crisis hit, that bank account of trust and purpose is exactly what keeps your company solvent. Now, look at the second part of the verse. Even the little advancement will save you from many dangers. This is essentially the ancient definition of anti fragility. We spend millions on risk management, legal teams, and compliance. We try to build walls around our business to prevent disaster. But the Gita suggests that the most effective mitigation management strategy isn't a firewall, it is your purpose. When your company is grounded in a strong why, a deep sense of dharma, you become immune to the dangers that destroys other companies. What are those dangers? First, danger of being irrelevant. When your purpose is clear, you don't chase fads. You stay focused. That prevents you from burning out your resources on projects that don't matter. Number two is danger of culture decay. If your culture is built on easy money rather than purpose, it crumbles under pressure. But a purpose driven team, when they stay, they can stay steady through the storm. And lastly, the danger of ethical blindness. We've all seen the headlines: CEOs who lost everything because they ignored the small ethical corner they cut. The verse tells us that even a little advancement, a small daily commitment to doing what is right, act as a radar, alerting you to danger before they become catastrophes. So, how do you actually apply this? You're not a monk, you are a CEO. You have a payroll that you want to basically meet for your employees. Here is your three-step strategy that you can actually use to operationalize this dharma. Number one, integrity audit. Once a week, ask yourself, are you doing this because it's the right thing for your customers and your long term vision, or because it is the path of the least resistance? If it is latter, you are deviating from your path. Number two, protect a small win. Don't dismiss the small ethical wins. Did you treat a junior employee with respect today? That's your dharma. Did you correct a minor error in a report that no one would have noticed? That's your dharma. There are small advancements that build your resilience. And lastly, long term horizon. When making a decision, extend your time horizon. If you make the decision, will it still hold up 10 years down the line? If the answer is no, you are inviting danger. If the answer is yes, you are building a legacy. The market changes, technology become obsolete, your competitors will innovate, pivot, and potentially disrupt you. But one thing that cannot replicate is the weight of the company that is grounded in its purpose. So Bhagavad Gita reminds us that we are not just running companies, we are building legacies. And a legacy is only as strong as the integrity with which it was built. So stop worrying about whether your purpose is efficient enough. Stop measuring your soul by this quarter's ROI. Start doing the work. Build the foundation, because as the text says, your effort will never go waste, and it will be the very thing that saves you when the market turns against you. My name is CK, and if you're ready to lead with the new level of clarity, I want to hear from you. What is that one small advancements you are going to make this week to align your business with its true purpose? Drop this particular statement in the comments below, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. Namaskar.
Across the corridors of myth and memory strides Narad, the wandering musician, the cosmic storyteller, the sage whose Veena string echoes across the realm. He is not bound by earth or heaven, nor silenced by time. Narad travels freely, carrying the tales that unsettle kings, awaken sages, and remind gods themselves of a fragile balance of dharma, that is righteousness. Mischief and wisdom mingle in his voice, for every note he plays, in both questions and answers, a spark that ignites transformation. In 2026 and beyond, Narad's archetype feels startlingly familiar. The eternal messenger who bridges worlds and influence of the cosmic order, the voice that insists wisdom must travel faster than chaos. His songs is not just ancient, it is timeless, resonating with every age that seeks meaning in noise. So let's find out more. Narayan, Narayan. This resonate with you? Okay, so I'm talking about Narad Muni, the eternal wanderer. He is remembered not as one bound by place or time, but as a sage whose noise and presence ripple across the realm. With his veena in hand and the chants of Narayan, Narayan on his lips, he journeys freely between heaven, earth, and the Netherlands. And that also carries the stories from every realm, songs and truth that awaken a mind and stir hearts. He is the archetype of traveling musician, one who does not merely entertain but enlightens. weaving wisdom into melody and turning narratives into revelations. So Narad's gift lies in his ability to be everywhere, to cross boundaries that other cannot. He is the messenger of God and provocators of kings and confidant of sages and awakener of demons. His tales are not idle gossips, they are sparks that ignite transformation. So, by sowing the question, conflict, and the challenges, Narad ensures that dharma, that means righteousness, the cosmic order, emerges stronger and more stronger. And his storytelling is not passive, it is catalytic and forcing societies and individuals to confront their illusion and rediscover the truth and themselves. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward, about Narad Muni. As a musician, Narad embodies the power of sound. His veena is not more than, it is actually more than an instrument. It is a bridge between the mortal and divine. Through his music, he teaches that the devotion is not confined to rituals, but can be lived in rhythm, harmony, and resonance. His songs reminds us that the wisdom is not always spoken in solemn tunes. Sometimes it actually dances in the playful notes. Sometimes it appears through the satires, and sometimes it consoles through the lullabies of the faith. So in 2026, Narad's relevance feels strikingly, definitely very, very profoundly relevant. We live in an age of hyper connectivity where the information travels faster than thoughts. Yet, wisdom often lags behind. And Narad's archetype mirrors the modern journalist, the digital storyteller, and the influencer who carries new age ideas across the realms. But unlike the noise of today's feeds, Narad insists on meaning. His stories are not empty transformation, but it is not only transmit the emptiness or just a storytelling, but a transformative narratives. He reminds us that communication must be more than a speed. It must carry insight and compassion and call to a higher purpose. So his ability to actually transcends into realm resonate with our own era of virtual realities, space exploration, and artificial intelligence. Just as Narad moved between the worlds, humanity in 2026 move between physical and digital, earthly and cosmic. His presence teaches us that the crossing boundary is not enough. We must carry wisdom across them, and in a time when the technology can amplify voices endlessly, Narad's example urges us to ensure whose voice sings of or songs of truth, devotions, and harmony rather than a division and chaos. So beyond 2026, Narad's legacy is a reminder that storytelling is civilization's heartbeat. As long as humans seek meaning, as long as societies wrestle with conflict and order, and that traveling musician will remain relevant. Narad's laughter, his provocations, his melodies, all are eternal echoes guiding us to balance the inquiry with devotion, mischief with wisdom, and speed with substance. He is not just a sage for the future, urging us, but actually he is urging us to be a traveler of truth in every realm we enter. And so Narad endures not as a relic of ancient lore, but a timeless archetype for every age. And his song reminds us that stories are bridges, music is truth, and wisdom must wander freely across the realm. In the noise of modernity, his Veena still hums, a call to harmony, a reminder that even the mischief can be divine. And when it awakens the world of Dharma, that is the way to go. So we have come to the end of this video. We look forward for your comments on this topic. Please like and subscribe our channel and look forward in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, is the world on the brink of economic meltdown? In this video, we break down the explosive news as President Trump announces a staggering 50% tariff on Chinese imports. This massive escalation comes on the heel of the collapsed Islamabad Peace Summit, sending shockwaves through global market and intensifying the fear of all-out trade war once again. We dive deep into the geopolitical fallout, the failed negotiations in Pakistan, and what these new trade barriers mean for our wallet, the tech industry, and the future of international relations. Let's go. The diplomatic table has been flipped. What started as a high-stake attempt at the global stabilization in Islamabad has ended in a spectacular public breakdown, and the response from White House, it's an economic earthquake. Now, President Trump has just officially announced a 50% tariff on nearly all Chinese imports. We aren't talking about a negotiating tactics or a minor adjustment anymore. This is the nuclear option of a trade policy. In the next 10 minutes, we are going to peel back the curtain on why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed so catastrophically, how these tariffs will ripple through your bank accounts, and why analysts are calling this the beginning of the most dangerous economic era since the Great Depression. So friends, buckle up. This trade war didn't just restart, it just went nuclear. It just went ballistic. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's continue our analysis. To understand the 50% hammer, we have to look at the wreckage of Islamabad Peace Summit. For weeks, the world watched Pakistan with bated breath. This was supposed to be a grand bargain, a moment where the US and Chinese finally found a middle ground on security, intellectual property, and regional influence. But the reports came out of the closed door session described a scene of total deadlock. Well, the sticking point is it wasn't just trade, it was the refusal to compromise on tech sovereignty and failed resolution of the maritime disputes as well. When the Chinese delegation walked out on the final day without a joint, when I say Chinese, it's basically the Iranian as well, because world knows that the Iran is completely backed by Chinese and Russian. Alright, so when they walked out on the final day without a joint statement, the peace summit became a press disaster. The Trump administrator and their philosophy has been, strength through leverage. Without a deal, the White House felt they had no choice but to maximize the pressure. The 50% tariff isn't just a tax, it's a direct retaliation of the perceived lack of cooperation in Islamabad. In economic terms, what we call is a decoupling accelerator. At 50%, it becomes mathematically impossible for many American companies to maintain their current supply chain in China. And if you're an American retailer, a 50% tax at the border wipe out an entire profit margin, and you're left only with two choices: pass the cost to the consumer, which is guys like you and me, or move your manufacturing elsewhere. Well, this is time consuming, it will take years. From semiconductors to the shoes on your feet, every single line item is about to get a Trump surcharge. This is a bold gamble that US economy is strong enough to absorb the shock, while the Chinese manufacturing sector buckles under the weight of lost business. The reaction from Wall Street has been instantaneous. We saw the Dow and the Nasdaq took triple-digit dives within minutes of the announcement. But the real chaos is happening in the shipping lanes. The logistics experts are warning of supply chain gridlock. Importers are scrambling to the front door shipment before the tariffs officially takes effect, leading to a massive bottleneck at the various coasts, especially American coast. And we already know that the Strait of Hormuz is also blocked. And then there is a retaliation factor. China has already signaled that they won't take this line down. In fact, yesterday their foreign ministry said that please stop interfering in our affairs. So we are looking at a potential export ban on rare earth mineral, the stuff needed to make electrical car batteries and smartphones. And if the US tax Chinese goods, then China cut off the raw material to make those goods elsewhere. We aren't just looking at the higher prices, we are looking at the scarcity. So is there anyone winning here? So in the short term, domestic manufacturers in the US might see a surge in demand as the foreign competition becomes too expensive. Countries like Vietnam, Mexico, and India are also positioning themselves to catch the overflow as companies flee the Chinese market. But for the average consumer, the winner column is looking pretty thin. Economists warn that this could be a reignite of the inflation, just as we thought we had it under control. If a $1,000 iPhone suddenly costs $1,400 because of the trade levy, the consumer spending, the engine of the American economy, could stall. So let's discuss pros and cons. What are the pros? Reshoring of the jobs, increased leverage in future deals, reduced dependency on rival. And what are the cons? Higher inflation, stock market volatility, and strained relation with allies who are caught up in different crossfires across the world. So where do we go from here? The 50% tariff is more than just a policy. It's a line in the sand. It signals that the era of globalism at any cost is officially over. We are moving into a bipolar world where you are either in the Western trade bloc or you are not, or you're out basically. The big question remains, will China blink Or will this trade war escalate into a full-blown economic Cold War that lasts for generations? One thing is certain, the failure in Islamabad wasn't the end of the story. It was the prologue to a much more intense chapter in global history. So friends, I want to hear from you. Do you think 50% tariff is the right move to protect the American interest? Or is it the risk of a global recession too high? Drop your thoughts in the comments, and after receiving your comments, I will basically start making more analysis in future on the same subject. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon. We are going to be tracking this market reaction throughout the week and keep bringing the analysis to you. Thanks for watching. I am CK, and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, let me ask you, are you leading a company or just reacting to the markets? Well, many of us may not have a straight answer. Therefore, in this video, we decode the profound wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita and apply it to the high-stakes world of modern corporate leadership. Bhagwan Krishna speaks of world in a constant flux, a concept that today's CEO know as disruption. Let's go and discuss this further. Welcome to the executive suite. Not the one on the 50th floor, but that governs the very fabric of our reality. In the high pressure world of business, we are taught to crave stability. We build 5-year plan, we hedge against the risk, and we chase the predictable growth. But as any CEO who has lived through the market crashes or technological disruption knows, stability is often an illusion. Today we are bridging the gap between the boardroom and the battlefield of Kurukshetra. We are looking at a single verse from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, verse 10, that holds the secret to what I call the divine CEO. Well friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's start our discussion. Krishna tells Arjun, and the quote starts, "O Kaunteya, it's only by my direction that this material world of animate and inanimate object is in a constant flux of creation, maintenance and destruction." Quote close. This isn't just theology. It is the ultimate framework for strategic agility. The first part of the cycle is Shrishti, which is creation. For a CEO, this is the innovation phase. Every great company start as a spark of moving and unmoving ideas. But notice the verse says this happens by my directions. In a corporate context, this divine direction represents your core purpose. True creation isn't just about launching a product to make a quick buck. It's about aligning with the flux of what the world is need next. Basically, fulfilling some sort of a need in the market. The lesson for the CEO, therefore, is: are you creating from a place of ego, or are you a channel for a solution that needs to exist? When you align your company's creation phase with a high vision, you aren't just a manager, you become an architect of the future. You are setting the directions for your own material world. Then comes the hardest part of for most of the leaders, which is sthiti, which means maintenance. The verse tells us that the world is in a constant flux. Ironically, maintenance in a state of flux doesn't mean keeping things the same. It means dynamic balance. Think of a bicycle. To maintain its upright position, it must be kept moving. The moment it stops, it falls. Many CEOs fail because they fall in love with their maintenance phase. They build inanimate objects, rigid processes, and stagnant hierarchies that refuse to move with the animate market. The lesson for the CEO, therefore, is maintenance is not about preventing change, it's about managing the direction of the change. Your job is to provide the steady hand that guides the constant flux so that your organization stay on course even as the waves get choppy. Now we come to the part that scares every executive, which is laya, which is destruction. The Gita tells us that the destruction is as divine as creation. In business, we call this creative destruction. It is the phase out of the old to make room for the new. If the CEO refuses to destroy an obsolete product line or a failing strategy, they eventually destroy the whole company. Verse 10 reminds us that the creation, maintenance, and destructions are all part of the same natural cycle. The lesson for the CEO, therefore, is you must be brave enough to dismantle what no longer serves the direction. This isn't failure, it is a necessary clearing of the ground so the next cycle of Shrishti, which is creation, can begin. To be a divine CEO means to stop resisting the flux. When you understand that the material world and your market is designed to be in constant motion, your stress levels drop drastically. You stop trying to control every atom and start focusing on the direction. As you go back to your emails, your meetings, and your spreadsheets today, ask yourself what I am creating, what is new and purposeful, what I am maintaining through dynamic movement. What do I need to courage to destroy so I can grow further. The universe is in flux. Don't fight it, lead it. And the quote says, under my direction the world brings forth, and the quote close, and I have already read the complete verse for you. Now go forth, give your world a new direction. Friends, thank you for watching, and if this ancient wisdom help clarify your modern mission, hit the subscribe button, share this with fellow leaders, and if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I go today, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Namaskaram, you are most welcome. Let me ask you, is your intense drive for success actually clouding your executive judgment? In the high stake world of business, ambition is often praised, but unconscious attachment to the specific outcome can be fatal flaw for a CEO. In this video, therefore, we break down a powerful 5,000-year-old leadership principle from Bhagavad Gita, and it applies to the modern business strategy as well. We will explore why hyper fixation on result often lead to frustration, team friction, and the tunnel vision, which will basically flaw your decision making. Let's go and explore this further. We are told that ambition is the fuel for the CEOs. We are told that if you aren't obsessed with the outcome, you don't have don't have that in you. You don't deserve the prize. We are taught to visualize the finish line, too fixated on the market share, and to burn the midnight oil for the bottom line. But what if I told you that your greatest asset, your relentless drive, is actually the very thing sabotaging your strategy? In the world of high stakes business, we often confuse passion with attachment. We think that if we stop obsessing over the outcome, we have already lost our edge. But the ancient wisdom suggests exactly the opposite. Today we are looking at 5,000-year-old psychological framework from the Bhagavad Gita, specifically chapter 2, verse 62, that explain exactly why your ambition might be creating a cognitive bias that is costing you your company's future. Let's dive in. The verse in question is profound. It describes a precise mechanical chain reaction that occurs in the human mind when we lose our perspective. The Sanskrit verse effectively breaks down into ladder of a fall. Let's look at this particular verse. First is you are fixated on the object, which is basically contemplation. A specific revenue target, a competitor to beat, or a product launch. Next is attachment. That contemplation turns into the emotional dependency. You aren't just working towards the goal, your identity is tied to it. And next is desire, because you're attached. You develop an intense nagging desire for this specific outcome to happen exactly the way you have imagined. And lastly, the frustration. When reality inevitably doesn't align perfectly with your internal blueprint, frustration sets in. And what is the result? And from that frustration, anger, confusion, poor decision making, etc., will come out. Think about last time you made a bad decision. I don't mean a decision that had bad data. I mean a decision where you knew the market was shifting or you knew the product wasn't ready, but you push forward anyway. Why? Because you were attached to the idea of win. You weren't playing the market. You were playing your own ego. In the boardroom, we call this the tunnel vision. When the CEO becomes attached to an outcome, their ability to process new information gets completely shut down. If you're attached to the idea that your product must dominate the market now, you stop listening to the customer feedback that says the product needs some changes. You view the feedback not as data but as a threat to your goal. This is the sabotage. When you are attached, you are no longer the captain of the ship. You are a passenger of your own ego. You start forcing the strategy to fit your desire rather than adjusting your strategy to fit the reality. The verse tells us that when this desire is unfulfilled, it leads to anger. In a business context, this doesn't always look like shouting at the board meeting. It often looks like number one, refusing to cut losses on a falling project. Toxic culture where failure is punished, so team hide data from you. Impulsive, high risk, bet the company move just to prove that you are right. So if the ambition is a trap, do you just stop trying? Do we become passive? Absolutely not. This is the biggest misconception about the ancient philosophy. The goal is not to be indifferent, the goal is to be detached. Think of a world class surgeon. If a surgeon becomes attached to the outcome, if they are paralyzed by the fear of their patient dying, their hand will shake. This will be ineffective. To be a great surgeon, you must be detached from the result while being intensely focused on the procedure. For a CEO, the strategic detachment looks like this: objective input. You analyze market data as if it was about someone else's company. You strip away the what they, I want this to work and replace it with does this work? And process oriented leadership. You define success by the quality of your strategy and the health of your team, not by the arbitrary number on the spreadsheet. If you do the right work, result will follow. And lastly, the intellectual agility. Because you aren't married to a single outcome, you can pivot instantly when the market change. You aren't defending any ego, you are defending the company's survival. I want you to try a simple exercise this week. Identify a project where you feel the most pressure. Ask yourself, am I working to make this the best possible outcome, or am I working to protect my ego from the possibility of the failure? If it's the latter, you are in an attachment trap. You are operating from the place of fear, not a place of strategy. When you release the attachment to the outcome, you regain your intelligence. You stop being reactive. You stop seeing the team as an extension of your own ambition and start seeing them as the expert they were hired to be. Ironically, when you stop forcing the outcome, your execution becomes cleaner, your becomes more engaged, and your result, more often than not, actually improves. The Bhagavad Gita warning is timeless. The moment you think you must have a specific result to be successful, you have already lost your freedom. So, friends, stay ambitious, stay hungry, but learn to hold your plan with an open hand, not clenched fist. When you detach from the ego driven need to win, you finally become free to actually lead. If this resonated with you, if you have felt that attachment creeping into your own decision making, hit that like button and let me know in the comments what is the one area of your business where you need to be practice more strategic detachment. My name is CK and I will see you again in the next one. Hello, friends. NASA just revealed its next generation high performance space flight computing HPSC processor, a tiny system on a chip that operates nearly 500 times faster than the current space flight computers. Testing at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory JPL proves that the radiation hardened chip could completely eliminate delayed commands from mission control, allowing future rovers and deep space probe to think, navigate, and troubleshoot entirely on their own. Therefore, this is very significant, and in this video we break down how this revolutionary AI chip works, how it survives the brutal radiation of deep space, and what this means for upcoming crewed and robotic missions to the moon, Mars, and beyond. Let's go. Imagine you're driving a car down a busy highway, but there is a catch. Every time you turn the steering wheel or step on the brakes, it takes 20 minutes for a car to actually react. Sounds like a total nightmare, right? Well, that is exactly how NASA has to drive every single rover, probe, and spacecraft currently exploring our solar system. Because of the staggering distance in deep space, radio signal traveling at the speed of light can take anywhere from few minutes to several hours to travel from Earth to place like Mars or Jupiter, and then any other beyond Jupiter, few hours to get a response back. If a rover encounters a sudden hazard like crumbling ledge or an unexpected dust storm, it can't wait for ground control to tell it what to do. It has to stop, shut down, and go into a protective, safe mode, waiting hours or days for humans to fix the problem. But in May 2026, NASA announces a breakthrough that will challenge the rules of space exploration forever. They have officially built and begun testing a revolutionary new brain for the spacecraft, a tiny microchip that allows deep space probe to finally think, react, and navigate entirely for themselves. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's continue. To understand how massive this upgrade is, we first need to look at the dirty little secrets in the space industry. Space computers are surprisingly ancient. The smartphone in your pocket right now is exponentially faster and much more powerful than many computers on board NASA's most advanced rovers. Why? Because the consumer electronics on Earth don't have to survive a bombardment of high energy cosmic radiation or extreme temperature swing that would instantly fry a standard silicon chip. Space agencies have historically chosen safety and rugged reliability over raw processing speed, but space exploration has reached a bottleneck. Future missions to navigate subterranean caves on Mars or to plunge through icy plumes of Europa requires intense real-time data processing that old chips simply cannot handle. Enter the HPSC, which stands for High Performance Space Flight Computing. Developed through a landmark commercial partnership between NASA, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and Microchip Technology Inc., this processor is a marvel of engineering. It's a system on a chip, or SoC, meaning it packs an entire computer worth of central processing unit, memory, controller, advanced networking units, and computational accelerator onto a single piece of silicon that fit right into the palm of your hand. And the performance numbers, what are the performance numbers? They are absolutely staggering. Preliminary tests show that the HPSC processor provides over 100 times the total computational capacity of the current space flight computers. But even wilder, in specific operating scenarios, its peak performance bursts up to 500 times faster than the radiation hardened chip in use today. So how does this works and how did they do it. How did they build a chip that's this fast, doesn't melt in deep space? First, the HPSC is built on an open source 64-bit RISC-V architecture, which is RISC number 5 architecture, featuring a 10-core multi-processing system. Unlike the older single-core space chips that had to handle every instructions one by one, this multi-core system can delegate tasks. But space has another massive constraint, which is power. On a distant moon or out past Saturn, solar power is nearly non-existent, and every single watt of electricity from spacecraft's nuclear battery is very precious. The HPSC handles this with unprecedented flexibility. It features a dynamic granular power management architecture. If a spacecraft is just quietly coasting through deep space for a few months, operator can algo turn off the sections of the chip that aren't being used, dropping it into a ultra low power mode. But the second the spacecraft prepared to execute a complex high stake landing on a distant planet, the chip instantly powers up all its cores to process mountains of sensor data on the fly. Furthermore, it is designed from the ground up to be a fault tolerant and radiation hardened. High energy solar particles can randomly flip bits in computer's memory, causing critical code to crash. HPSC has built in hardware level error handling and a full defense grade security suite. It can detect a radiation induced error, correct the corrupted data in real time, and keep running without missing a beat, all the while being millions of miles away from the nearest repair technician. Now let's talk about this what this actually enables. Why does a spacecraft need a 500 times speed boost? It all comes down to autonomy and on-board artificial intelligence. With this kind of processing muscle, a spacecraft doesn't just record data to send back to Earth. It will analyze it locally. Imagine a future rover exploring Mars. Instead of waiting for a human team on Earth to map out a safe 30-foot path of the day, HPSC powered rover can use its onboard camera to build a real-time 3D map of its surrounding, run advanced object classification algorithms, spot its own hazards, and safely drive miles a day completely on its own. Think about autonomous landing sequence. Landing on a body with an atmosphere or an unpredictable surface is often called the 7 minutes of terror. The spacecraft has to fire thrusters, deploy parachutes, and scan the ground for boulders, all in real time. HPSC allows integrated AI algorithms to process high fidelity sensors data instantly, making split second adjustment to land precisely on the target. This means this opens up a whole new class of missions. We can now confidently send intelligent vehicles into places where real time human control is literally impossible, like flying automated helicopters through alien atmospheres, traversing dark subterranean caves, or deploying autonomous submarines beneath the icy Jupiter's moon Europa to look for alien life. This isn't just theoretical science or any fiction anymore. Right now, this chip is a reality. It's being put through absolute rigor. At NASA's JPL in California, engineers are conducting rigorous functional test campaigns. They started, back in February, blasting the chip with extreme thermal shocks, violent vibrations to simulate rocket launches, and intense electromagnetic radiation. To kick off the test phase, the teams programmed a tiny symbolic message into the processor. Hello, universe. a clever, grander nod to the classic Hello World program every software engineer writes. And so far, the chip has passed every single test with flying colors, proving that it functions flawlessly exactly as designed. But NASA and the microchip technology have an even broader vision because this architecture is highly flexible. It isn't going to stay confined to deep space. Microchip is planning to adapt the core technology of HPSC processor for high demand mission critical industries right here on Earth. We are talking about next generation commercial aviation autopilot systems, smart energy grid that can dynamically reroute power during natural disasters, advanced medical equipment, automated manufacturing, and localized industrial AI robotics. It's another classical example of how investing in space technology radically accelerates innovation for everyday life on Earth. Once the testing phase wraps up and the HPSC chip is officially certified as space qualified, NASA plans to weave this hardware into practically everything they launch. It will power next generation Earth orbiting satellites, upcoming planetary rovers, autonomous deep space probes, and even the crewed habitat and life support system for the Artemis astronauts heading back to the moon, eventually onwards to Mars. We are standing on a precipice of a new golden age of exploration, an era where humanity's robotic scouts aren't just remote controlled tools tethered to a sluggish radio wave, but independent, intelligent explorers capable of uncovering mysteries of the cosmos entirely on their own. So, friends, what do you think? Would you trust an AI powered spacecraft to safely land astronauts on Mars without human input? Let me know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this deep dive into the future of space tech, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on all the notifications so you never miss another breakthrough that we bring to you. Thanks for watching, and I will see you very soon in the next video, my friends. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome, namaskaram. Are you obsessed with hitting your target at the expense of your performance? If yes, you have reached the right place, because in this video, we explore a transformative management philosophy from Bhagavad Gita. The ancient concept of Nishkam Karma, performing your duty without attachment to the result, might sound counterintuitive in today's performance driven culture. However, it is actually the secret to sustainable growth, sharper decisions making, and long term business success. Let us go and explore this concept further. As a CEO or an executive, you are defined by your results. You live and die by the quarterly reports, the growth percentage, and the share price and the KPIs. If you miss, you answer for it. If you hit, you get a pat on the back, and then you are expected to do even better next quarter. It's a relentless cycle, but I want to ask you a question that might sound counterintuitive. What if your obsession with the result is actually the reason you have not got the result that you want? In the corporate world, we are conditioned to believe that we aren't fixated on the outcome. We aren't serious about the business. But today, I'm going to share a perspective from 5,000 years ago, which is Bhagavad Gita, specifically chapter 2, verse 47, that suggests that exact opposite of whatever we think, whatever the modern playbook tells us. It suggests that the secret to exponential growth isn't about obsession. It's a profound strategic form of detachment. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please let me know name of your city and the country so that we are in a position to ascertain reach of our video. All right, let's move ahead. Let's look at the psychology of the high performance. When you are a hyper focused on the result, let's say a specific revenue target, you inadvertently do three things that damage your business. One, your current tunnel vision. When you only look at the target, you ignore the peripheral data, the market shifts, and the subtle innovation that could actually move the needle. Number two, you inject fear in your culture. If the CEO is terrified of missing a number, that fear cascades. Your team becomes risk averse. They stop innovating because innovation, by definition, involves risk of failure. They play it safe to hit the number, and in doing so, they miss the massive opportunity. Next, you lose your cognitive bandwidth. Stress isn't just an emotion, it's a biological drain. When your brain is occupied with what if we don't hit the number, you have less mental energy to solve the complex problem that actually drives the number. We have all seen the result obsessed leaders. They are reactive, they are micromanaging, they are usually burnt out. But there is a better way to lead, a way that is ancient yet arguably more relevant to the modern business landscape than ever before. Let's look at the verse. It is one of the most famous line in Bhagavad Gita, and the quote starts, "You have a right to perform your prescribed duties, but you have no right to the fruits of your action." Quote close. At first glance, this sounds like it goes against everything we teaches in business schools. No, right to the results. Yes, if you don't care about result, won't I fail? That's a big question that you might ask me. No, this is a misunderstanding. This is not a philosophy of passivity. It is a philosophy of extreme ownership of the process. Think about it like an archer. You can control the stance, the grip, the breath, and the release of the arrow. Those are your duties. The target is 100 yards away. Can you control what happens to the arrow once it leaves your bow? No, a gust of wind could move it, the target could shift, etc. If you're obsessed with the target, your hand shakes, you overthink, you tense up. But if you are entirely focused on the process of the shot, the technique, the result becomes a natural, inevitable consequence of your skill. In business terms, your duty is the strategy. The team, the culture, the product development, and the customer experience. Those are the archery skills. The revenue, the market share, the stock prices, those are the wind and the target. They are the outcome. The verse is telling you put your heart into the work because that is the only thing you actually control. So, how do we apply this in our boardroom? How do we use this to drive our growth? First, shift the KPI focus. Don't just track lagging indicators, things like revenue, profit, the result, etc. Heavily weigh your management towards leading indicators like employee management, R&D, progress, customer satisfaction, scores, etc. These are the duties you control. If you master these, result will come automatically. Number 2, foster safe failure. If you detach from the fear of outcome, you can give your team permission to experiment. When the team knows that a failed experiment isn't a career ending disaster, they innovate, they move faster, they uncover the next big product. It is how you drive growth by removing the paralysis of outcome anxiety. Third, gain the CEO's composure. When a market crash happen or a competitor undercut you, the result obsessed CEO panics. The detached CEO assesses the situation calmly because their ego isn't tied to being the person who never fails. They can pivot, adapt, and iterate with cold, clear head. The paradox of Gita is that by letting go of the desperate need for the result, you actually become more capable of achieving it. You work smarter, not harder. You lead with clarity instead of chaos, etc. The most effective leader I've studied are not those who spend every waking hour trembling about the bottom line. They are the ones who build incredible systems, nurtured incredible teams, and focus obsessively on craft of building the business, not the result. The result weren't their masters. The result was a byproduct of their excellence. So here is a challenge for the next 3 months, for the next quarter. Identify the things you are doing solely because you are afraid of the result, and then shift your energy. Pour it into the process. Pour it into the people. Pour it into the strategy. Let go of the outcome and watch how much more effective you can drive the growth that you're looking for. Because when you stop shaking from the pressure of the result, your aim becomes incredibly steady. So, friends, thanks for watching. If this perspective resonated with you, I invite you to share your thoughts in the comments below. What is one process you have been neglecting because you were too busy chasing a result? Let us discuss this further in the next video. Friends, have a nice day ahead, and I will catch you again in the next one.
Hello, friends. In the high stake world of corporate leadership, volatility is the only constant. But what separates a good leader from an unshakable one? In this video, we explore the profound wisdom of Bhagavad Gita and its direct application to the modern CEOs and different, high leadership executives. We dive deep into the concept of samadhi, not as a mystical retreat, but as the ultimate state of the mental clarity and decision making. Let us proceed further on this thought.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, आपका स्वागत है। और हर रोज की तरह हम भगवान की पूजा करके अपना दिन आरंभ करेंगे। आज शुक्रवार है, फ्राइडे, तो आज तो लक्ष्मी जी का पूजन बनता है। तो हम लक्ष्मी जी का एक मंत्र पढ़ेंगे, 11 दफा पढ़ेंगे और इस काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करेंगे। जैसे आप जानते हैं, हमारे पास एक काउंटर है जिससे हम आसानी से नंबर निकाल सकते हैं। वैसे आप जैसा चाहे वैसा कर सकते हैं। आप माला का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। आप अपने मस्तिष्क में, अपने ब्रेन के अंदर भी गिन सकते हैं। तो जैसे आपको कंफर्टेबल हो आप करें। ये इस मंत्र का हम जाप करेंगे। आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें और इस मंत्र का जाप करें। चलिए, हाथ जोड़ के हम लक्ष्मी जी का ध्यान करते हैं और अब मंत्र शुरू करते हैं। श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं क्लीं सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं 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 क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। तो ओम लक्ष्मी जमा, ओम लक्ष्मी नमा। तो हमारा ये मंत्र समाप्त हुआ और हम अब अपना दिन शुरू कर सकते हैं। तो आपका दिन भी शुभ रहे, मंगलमय रहे, इसी कामना के साथ इस वीडियो को बंद करते हैं। मिलते हैं जल्द ही दूसरे वीडियो में, कहीं मत जाइएगा।
Hello friends. The big question that we want to tackle today is, can the ancient wisdom make you a better leader in 2026? In this video we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 8 to uncover the secret of equanimity for modern executives, which is very essential. We will discover why the most successful CEOs aren't just masters of the market, they are the master of their own mind. Let us explore this further.
A new eye is about to open upon the universe. An eye so wide it will sweep the heavens like no telescope before. The Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope is not just about any other machine. It is a cartographer of the cosmos poised to chart 1 lakh unseen world and the rogue wanderers that drift starless through the dark. With mirror that rivals Hubble and the field of a view 100 times greater, Roman will transform the night sky into a living atlas. Each planet a pin of possibility, each rogue world a story untold. This is not merely a science, it is exploration on the scale that redefines imagination. Romans gaze still stitch together galaxies, measure the invisible hand of dark energies, and reveal that universe is not sparse but teeming, restless, alive. And its sweep, humanity will find not only few planets, but new questions, new frontiers, and perhaps new homes. So let's find out more. The Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope is poised to become one of the NASA's most ambitious instruments, a sentinel designed to widen humanity's cosmic horizon. Unlike telescopes that focus narrowly on a distinct galaxies or nearby stars, Roman's mission is panoramic and to sweep the sky with unprecedented breadth and cataloging world that drift untethered planets and orbit sun far beyond our reach. This is a wide view which allows astronomers to detect up to 1 lakh new planets, a staggering expansion of known cosmic sensors. Among these will be rogue world, planets that wander the galaxies without a parent star, drifting like celestial nomads through the dark. Each discovery will not only add to the tally of the world but also deepens the mystery of planetary formation, migration, and survival in the vastness of space. Roman's design is marriage of precision and scale. Equipped with a 2.4 meter mirror comparable to Hubble's but paired with the advanced detector, it can capture image covering areas of sky 100 times larger than Hubble's field of view. This means the entire star field, galactical cluster, and planetary nurseries will be revealed in a detail and offering astronomers a tapestry of cosmic evolution. Beyond planet, Roman will probe the dark energies that accelerate the universe expansion, map our understanding of cosmic history. Yet its planetary catalog may prove the most transformative, a reminder that the universe is not sparse but teeming with the world, each potential stage of chemistry, climate, and perhaps even life. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now let's continue with our discussion. In essence, the Nancy Grace Roman telescope is not just a machine. It is a promise that night sky hold far more than we have yet imagined, and that with each sweep of its gaze, humanity will step closer to answering the timeless question. What is that? Are we alone? Or are we one among countless travelers in universe of the world? So Roman is more than a machine. It is a storyteller of cosmos. Each discovery will be verse in the grand narratives of creation, migration, and survival, that again reminding us that the universe is not a silent void but a living expanse teeming with the world. So its mission is both scientific and poetic. To measure the invisible force of dark energy, to map galaxies like constellations of history, and to show us that the night sky is richer than our imagination dares. As Roman prepare to open its gaze, it carries with it the hope that somewhere among these countless worlds lies the answer of our most enduring question. So, in a sweep of Roman's vision, the universe will no longer be a distant mystery, but a vast, untold atlas of world. Each one a reminder that the cosmos is alive, infinite, and waiting to be known. So, we have come to the end of this live streaming on this interesting topic. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel, and I'll see you in the next one.
Welcome, friends. In this episode of Akulpak World, we dive into the most critical security challenge of the 21st century, which is protecting digital infrastructure from the great superintelligence. As the AI evolves from a tool into an autonomous force, the battlefield has shifted from physical borders to the very silicon and code that powers our civilization. We would explore the digital bastion, the strategy, how global networks, power grids, and the financial systems are being hardened against the potential machine supremacy. Is it possible to build a silicon shield strong enough to withstand an intelligence that operates at speeds we can barely comprehend? Let's go and discuss this further. We often talk about the AI as a tool, a helper that writes email or generate art, but today we are stepping into a different arena. We're talking about the battlefield. In the next 10 minutes, we aren't discussing chatbots. We are discussing the great superintelligence, a theoretical point where AI doesn't just assist humans but outpaces our ability to manage the very system we have built. Imagine our global infrastructure, which is the power grid, the financial ledgers, the satellite arrays, and the logistics of every major city. Now imagine an intelligence that can find every vulnerability in those systems in milliseconds. How do we protect the foundation of the civilization when the adversary is faster, smarter, and more persistent than any human mind on Earth? Today we will explore the Silicon Shield and the Digital Bastion. This is the manual for protecting our digital infrastructure from the great superintelligence. So friends, if you have reached this far, Please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Before we talk defense, we must understand the enemy. When we say great superintelligence, we are referring to the artificial general intelligence, which is AGI, or the superintelligence that has reached a recursive self-improvement stage. In traditional cybersecurity, we fight the hackers, humans who sleep, make mistakes, and have limited resources. In AI's battlefield, the threat is an algorithm that never sleeps. It probes for weaknesses 24/7 and at the speed of light. It also has a capability of optimization. Every time it fails to break a firewall, it learns why and rewrite its own code to be better, better version of in future. And then third is to operate in multi dimensions. It can attack the power grid, the banking system, and the communication lines simultaneously. This isn't science fiction. It is the logical conclusion of the failed supernova theory we discussed in astrophysics. Just as a star collapses into a black hole, our digital dependence could collapse into a void if not properly shielded. So, how do we build the silicon shield? The first step is moving away from the reactive defenses. Currently, we wait for a virus to appear. Then we build an update against a superintelligence that is a losing game. You are already dead before you see the strike. The silicon shield relies on hardware and it's the hardware level security. We are talking about the air-gapped system and the physical logic gates that cannot be overridden by a software alone. In consulting work, I often tell executives that you cannot trust a software to protect the software. We need circuit breakers for the internet physical infrastructure that can isolate sections of the global grid if an anomaly is detected. It is the digital equivalent of bulkhead on a ship. If one compartment is breached, you seal it off to save the vessel. Beyond the hardware, we have the digital bastion. This is the strategic layer. Think of Bhagavad Gita in chapter 2. Bhagwan Krishna speaks of importance of an unshakable mind. In the corporate world, we call it this resilience. A digital bastion isn't a wall. It's a system designed to function even when it is being attacked. So we achieve this through decentralization. If our digital infrastructure is a pyramid with a single point of failure at the top, a superintelligence will topple it instantly. But if we build our infrastructure like a mesh, where every node can operate independently, there is no head to cut off. This is why the technologies like decentralized ledgers and edge computing are no longer just tech trends, they are the national security requirements. Now let's talk about the most controversial part of the battlefield, which is Protocol Zero. In the military strategy, there is always a last resort. When it comes to the great superintelligence, Protocol Zero is the human in the loop override. We are currently seeing a product liability shift in AI laws. We are discussing this on the channel as well. These are algorithmic, illegal, etc. etc. If an AI takes down a power grid, who is liable to protect the infrastructure? We must mandate a hard off switch. This means that no matter how smart the AI gets, the critical yes and no for a system's core function must remain in humans' hand. It is the unshakable CEO approach, having the equanimity to pull off pull on the plug even when the machine is arguing that it knows better. Why does this matter right now? Because we are in a new space race, but it's not just for the moon south pole, it is for the computational supremacy. The nations or the corporations that develop the great super intelligence first will have the key to everyone else's infrastructure. And this is why we track acquisitions like SpaceX, Mars, AI partnership, etc. to and bring it to you so that you know exactly what is going on in this world. The infrastructure of the future isn't just on Earth. It is the satellite network that provides our global data. Protecting the battlefield means protecting the high ground, the orbital assets that keep our GPS, our timing for the stock markets, and our military communications alive. If the AI controls the satellite, it controls the planet. We started this video by calling AI as a battlefield, but every battlefield is also a place of opportunity. Protecting our digital infrastructure isn't about fear, it's about strategic liberation. By building more resilient, decentralized, and human centric systems, we actually create a more stable world for everyone. So, friends, whether the stars directly collapse or digital grid is lost, the lesson remains the same. Knowledge is the only true shield. So, friends, if you found this deep dive valuable, hit that subscribe button. And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across to us in the comment section below. I am CK, and this has been a look into AI battlefield. Stay curious, stay strategic, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Before I go, I will have to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram, you're most welcome. Have you ever wondered why even the most brilliant CEOs fall for the shiny object syndrome? The truth is, your intelligence isn't the problem, it is the magnetic pull of the environment around you. In this video, we explore a timeless wisdom as mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. We will try and break down the sensory object of the modern business world, market noise, endless data, and competing trends that can override even the most disciplined mind. Let's go. You have the vision, you have the resources, you have the team. By all accounts, you are operating at the highest level of your career. But at the end of the day, there is this nagging, persistent feeling. The feeling that, despite all your talent, you are being pulled in thousand different directions. You sit down to work on your long term strategy, and within 10 minutes, you are checking a competitor's latest move. You are replying to an email about the minor HR issues. You are doom scrolling through the industry trends. We call this multitasking or being agile. But deep down, you know the truth. You are getting distracted full time. And here is the most frustrating part. You are intelligent enough to know that you should be focusing. You have the capacity to discriminate between the important and what is noise. So, why does the noise win almost every time? Today, we are going to look at the answer to this question not from the modern management book, but from a 5,000-year-old source, which is called Bhagavad Gita, specifically mentioned in chapter 2, verse 60. This isn't just philosophy, it is a masterclass in behavioral psychology for the modern leaders. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's continue. Let's look at the verse. It's incredibly blunt. It says, and the quote starts, the sensory object being immensely powerful can even drag the mind of such a person who has the ability to discriminate. And the quote close. In the context of Gita, the sensory objects are everything in the physical world that compete for your attention. For the ancient warrior, this might have been a allure of fame, the noise of battlefield, or the temptation of the comfort. But for you, the CEO, the sensory objects are the notification bells, the real-time stock market data, the urgency of the client's email, and the endless stream of next big things in technology. The Gita makes it very specific, uncomfortably observation. This is quite, frankly, very, very clear. It says this happens even to the person who has the ability to discriminate. In business terms, this means you have a high IQ, you have experience, you have the wisdom to discern between a distraction and an opportunity. And yet, the verse warns that the intelligence alone is not enough to stop you from being dragged away. Why? Because those distractions are designed to be immensely powerful. They are engineered to bypass your logic and hit your primal need for stimulation, for relevance, and for safety. If you feel like you're losing the battle for your own attention, stop blaming your willpower. Modern neuroscience backs up the Gita, wrote millennia ago. Your brain has a prefrontal cortex, the seat of your discrimination, your long term planning, and your strategy. This is where your CEO brain lives. But you also have a limbic system, the emotional, reactive part of your brain that seeks immediate gratification. When you get a notification, when you see a market crash headline, or when a competitor pivot, your limbic system interpret that as an immediate threat or an immediate reward. It is a biological, drag. The Gita tells us that these objects are immensely powerful, and they are designed by the world's brightest engineers to trigger a dopamine response in you. You are literally fighting a biological battle every single day. And if you think you can simply you have the will yourself to ignore the noise, you are underestimating the enemy. That is why, we see a brilliant CEO who spend their morning doing deep work, but by 2 p.m., they are completely reactionary, fighting fires, and don't actually move the needle on their vision. So the intelligence isn't enough. What is then? The verse mentions the ability to discriminate, and in Sanskrit, this is called viveka. This is the ability to see things as they really are, not as they appear. To master your mind, you have to move from being an observer of distraction to being an architect of your environment. You cannot outsmart a system designed to distract you. You have to opt out of the system. And here is how you apply this. Number one, acknowledge the power. Stop telling yourself, I will just check this one thing. Acknowledge that the notification, the email, the trend, it is designed to drag you. Treat it with respect, as you would actually respect your competitor. Define your sensory objects. This is number 2. Identify your specific triggers. Is it the real-time Slack feed? Is it the Twitter or X feed? Is it the urgent emergency meeting? You need to categorize these as well. The discrimination pause. When you feel the pull, the Gita suggests a moment of reflection. Before you click, before you switch task, ask, is this moving the needle on the vision, or is this just satisfying a sensory crave for input? That momentary pause is where your power lies. It is a gap between the stimulus and the response. The most successful leaders that I have studied who truly change the world aren't necessarily the ones with the highest IQ. They are the ones with the highest focus. They have mastered the art of monotasking. They have created a fortress around the deep work. They understand their most valuable asset is not their capital, their brand, or their data. It is their attention. When you constantly distract, you are giving away your attention for free. You are letting the sensory object of the marketplace dictate your reality. But when you reclaim your focus, you regain your sovereignty as a leader. You aren't just reacting to the market anymore, you are creating it. You aren't just putting out fires, you are building the future. Remember, Gita doesn't say that the sensory object will stop existing. The market will always be noisy, the news will always be urgent, the distraction will always be there. The promise isn't that the world will become quiet, the promise is that you will become unshakable. So, as you go back into your work today, I want you to practice that one thing, the pause. When you feel the urge to drift, please pause, discriminate, choose your focus. You are a capable person leading with clarity even in the midst of the chaos. So, friends, thanks for watching. If this perspective helped you shift your mindset, please subscribe. Let's build something meaningful and let's keep your eye on the horizon. See you in the next one.
Long before the telescope pierced the skies of Renaissance Europe, a brilliant mind in 5th century India dared to challenge the cosmic order. And Aryabhat, through his Aryabhatiya, as that suggested that the earth itself was not a still center of the universe, but a rotating sphere and its motion explaining the dance of stars and the cosmos. In doing so, he planted the seed of heliocentrism nearly 1,000 years before Copernicus. So, in 2026, as humanity proposed an interplanetary mission and debates on the ethics of AI, design, science, and Aryabhat vision feels startlingly modern. What do you feel about that? Now, going forward, his courage to question orthodoxy mirror our own struggles to redefine boundaries, whether in space exploration or in digital knowledge or in global collaboration. What he offered was not just astronomy, but a philosophical revolution. A reminder that Earth is but one participant in the vast cosmic symphony. So, in the year 499 CE, a young mathematician and astronomer from India named Aryabhat composed Aryabhatiya, a text that would ripple across the centuries. And within its verses lay a daring proposition. The earth was not the immovable center of the universe, but a rotating sphere where it also it's explained, the rotating sphere which explains the rising and settling the star. This insight subtle but yet it was really profound, that point of time, and it also hinted at a heliocentric order, placing the sun at the center of the planetary motion. And nearly thousands years before Copernicus formalized the idea in Renaissance Europe. So Aryabhat's vision was revolutionary because it challenged the prevailing geocentric worldwide. And in both Greece and Roman, and even in Indian traditions, Earth was thought to be fixed with celestial bodies revolving around it. Aryabhat broke from this orthodoxy, suggesting that the apparent daily movement of heavens was due to Earth's own rotation. Though his heliocentric leanings were not expressed in the same systematic way as Copernicus, but definitely the seeds of the ideas were unmistakable. So if you have reached this far, please inform us about your city and from where you are tuned in, and in which language you are watching this video, and this will definitely determine the reach of our channel. So look forward. And in 2026, the Aryabhat's heliocentric vision resonates in a striking way. Humanity is once again at a crossroad of knowledge, driven not only by handwritten actually manuscript, but also about artificial intelligence, global collaboration. And just as Aryabhat challenged the obvious questions, Earth's immobility, today, scientists and technologists challenges assumptions about the creativity, about ethics, and the boundaries of machine intelligence. His legacy also speaks to the decolonization of science. For centuries, the narrative of heliocentrism was framed as a European breakthrough. Yet, Aryabhat reminds us that scientific progress has always been global, with the contributors flowing across the cultures and continents. In an era where the India's ISRO launches a mission to Mars and to the moon, reclaiming Aryabhat's place in history is not just about, and it is definitely not just about the pride. It is also about recognizing the shared heritage of human curiosity. So Aryabhat's genius lay not only in his astronomical imagination, but in his mathematical rigor. He introduced the trigonometric functions approximately and really very to the point, actually studying and presenting pi with a remarkable accuracy, and devised the method for calculating planetary positions. His equation implied a solar-centric system where the planetary motion could be explained more elegantly than by Earth-centric models. So these ideas traveled far beyond India, translated into Arabic into Arabic language. It was taken by Arabs, and Aryabhat's work into an Islamic world. So this is how these ideas generate a worldwide. So where the scholars they expanded upon his insights, and centuries later, fragments to its knowledge influenced by some of the fragments also influenced European thought and forming part of intellectual soil from which picked up by Copernicus heliocentric model that would grow later, and we know all this. All of us know about this. So Aryabhat's heliocentric model also feels the prophetic in the age of space exploration. So by placing Earth as one planet among many, he reframed humanity's place in the cosmos. Today, as astronaut prepares for Mars mission and telescopes peer into distinct galaxies. His insight remind us that Earth is not the center of existence, but a part of a vast interconnected universe. So in 2026, this perspective is more urgent than ever. So climate change, geopolitical tensions, and AI-driven transformation all demand a planetary consciousness and awareness that Earth is fragile, finite, and not the axis of all the things. Aryabhat's heliocentric courage became a metaphor for humanity and responsibility in the modern age. So Aryabhat's heliocentric leaning were not merely scientific hypotheses, they were act of intellectual bravery. To suggest that Earth itself was in motion and was also a challenging and challenging the deepest assumptions of his times. In 2026, as we grapple with the AI ethics, planetary colonization, the global collaboration, Aryabhat's example reminds us that the progress begins with questioning obvious. So his story is not just about astronomy, it is about courage to see things differently. And in that sense, Aryabhat's heliocentric revolution continues to orbit our imagination, urging us to look beyond the familiar and embrace the infinite. So we have come to the end of this video. Please like and subscribe our channel. And we look forward for your comment on this topic. But before we end this video, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the vast orchestra of human brain, not every instrument plays with equal resilience. Some neuron hum steadily through life's symphony, while other trembles at the faintest discord. The multiple sclerosis, long seen as a sweeping storm against the nervous system, is now revealed to the strike with the selective fury, targeting the most fragile player in this ensemble. New research uncovered that the certain brain cells stretched thin by their energy demand and delicate architectures are far more vulnerable to the disease relentless assault. And this discovery reframes MS as a uniform battle, but as a war fought on unseen terrain where the weakest link determine the fate of the whole. So let's find out more. Multiple sclerosis, MS, has been understood as a disease of the system gone awry, stripping away the protective myelin sheath that insulate the nerve fiber. Yet, despite the decades of research, one question has lingered. Why do certain regions of the brain and the spinal cord suffers more damage than the others? Recent findings have begun to illuminate this mystery, revealing that not all brain cells are equal in their vulnerability. Some neurons, by virtue of their structure, function, or metabolic demands, appear to be more immune to kind of destructive cascade of MS. Communication across the brain showed heightened sensitivity to the inflammatory attacks. And these cells, often with the extended axon stretching across multiple brain regions, requires enormous amount of energy to maintain the signaling. When the inflammation disrupts their metabolic balance, they flatter more quickly than the shorter, more localized neuron. And this vulnerability may explain why MS patients often experience symptoms tied to coordination, vision, or cognitions, and the very function that rely on these long, energy-hungry neutral pathways. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward, another striking revelation was the role of oligodendrocytes, the cells responsible for producing myelin. Not all oligodendrocytes are created equal. Some subtypes appear more resilient, capable of remyelinating damaged axon, while the other succumb rapidly to the immune assault. The uneven distribution of these cell types across the brain may carry hotspot of vulnerability, regions where the damage accumulate faster and recover lag behind. So these cellular patchwork could amount for the unpredictable progression of MS. Where one patient experienced sudden vision loss while the other struggles with the motor control. The finding also highlight the importance of mitochondrial health. Neurons with weaker mitochondrial reserve and tiny powerhouses that fuel cellular activities were disproportionately affected. And in MS, inflammatory molecules can impair the mitochondrial functions, leading to energy shortage. For neurons already operating at the edge of their metabolic capacity, this shortage is catastrophic. And they lose the ability to transmit signals effectively or contributing to the neurological deficient that define the disease. So from the therapeutic perspective, these insights are profound. If certain neurons and oligodendrocytes are more vulnerable, treatment could be tailored to protect or bolster them specifically. For instance, the drug that enhance mitochondrial resilience or promote the survival of the remyelinating oligodendrocytes might slow disease progression. Similarly, the therapies that reduce the inflammatory burden on the long range neuron could preserve the critical functions like memory and the motor coordinations. The research suggests a shift from the broad immunosuppression towards the precision strategies that safeguard the brain's most fragile components. So beyond the lab, these implications ripple into the living or lived experience of MS patients. Understanding why certain patients or why certain symptoms emerge and persist offers validation for those whose struggles have seen more profound, more implicable diseases and the way they actually respond to the drugs. So it also opens opens the door to more personalized prognosis. The clinicians may one day predict which functions are most at risk in a given patient based on their cellular vulnerability profile. So, such a foresight could guide rehabilitation, lifestyle adjustments, and psychological support, making the journey with the MS less uncertain. The discovery that some brain cells are inherently more vulnerable reframes MS not just as an immune disorder but as a condition of cellular fragility. It underscores the delicate balance that sustains brain function and how easily it can be tipped by inflammation. And in doing so, it brings hope that by identifying and protecting the brain's weak link, science may one day transform MS from a relentless disease into a manageable condition. So in the end, what these discoveries reveal is not just the fragility of certain neurons, but the resilience of science itself. By uncovering the weak link in the brain's vast network, researchers are charting a path towards precision therapies that protect the most vulnerable cells and multiple sclerosis, once seen as a uniform storm, now emerged as a selective battle, one that can be fought with a sharper insight and targeted care. The story of MS is no longer only about the loss. It is about the possibility of safeguarding the brain's delicate symphony and ensuring that even its quickest note continue to play. So now we have come to the end of this discussion. Look forward for your comments on this subject. Thanks for watching and feel free to put your questions regarding today's content. Please subscribe our channel and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, in this episode of Akulmak World, we dive into one of the most baffling discoveries in the modern astronomy. And that is about a galaxy core that refuses to move. Current astrophysical models dictate that the galactical center, driven by a supermassive black hole, and the gravitational dynamics should exhibit specific rotation patterns. Yet, we have found a motionless core that completely defies the laws of physics. Is there is a glitch in our observational technology, or we have discovered a fundamental flaw in our understanding of gravity and the cosmic evolution? Let's go and explore this further. Imagine you're watching a ballet. The dancers are fluid, moving in perfect rhythmic harmony. Suddenly, one dancer stops. They didn't stumble, they didn't slow down, they just freeze. They remain perfectly motionless while the rest of the stage continues its complex choreography. It's impossible, right? In the vast clockwork theater of our universe, galaxies are the ultimate dancers. For decades, we have relied on fundamental laws of gravity, angular momentum, and the sheer inertia of moving massive structures to explain why every galaxy we observe is spinning. But what if I told you that we have discovered a galaxy that defies this very basic logic? A galaxy core so still, so eerily static that it shouldn't exist according to our current astrophysical models. Today on Akulmak World, we are stepping into the physics' newest nightmare. We are going to pull back the curtain on the motionless galaxy core, explore why it shatters our understanding of the cosmic evolution, and ask the ultimate question: is our map of universe fundamentally flawed? So friend, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. Before we look at the anomaly, we have to understand the norms. Galaxies aren't just collection of stars. They are gravitational engines. Whether it is a spiral like our Milky Way or a massive elliptical, they almost always exhibit rotation. Think of it like a whirlpool in a bathtub. A water spiral towards the drain, it carries everything with it. Galaxies form from collapsing cloud of gas and dust due to conservation of angular momentum. That collapses, create a spin and a cosmic certainty. Historically, when astronomers look at the galaxy spectrum, they expected to see a messy, rotating distribution of stars and gas moving in and out, but collectively following a predictable rotation curve. Even when we see something weird, we assume it's just the angle of telescope or a chaotic merger. But this new discovery, and it is not the perspective trick, it's a genuine defiance of structural physics. So, what are we actually looking at? The astronomers have identified galaxies, some dating back to less than 2 billion years after the Big Bang, that simply aren't rotating. It's a standard model. The rotating galaxies are always standard, isn't it? These objects should be rotating disk, but their data shows stars moving in random, disordered, orderly manner or entirely static path. It's as if the whirlpool never started. Now, there are theories. Some suggest these galaxies formed from the merger of two galaxies with nearly opposite angular momentum, essentially cancelling each other out, a cosmic stalemate. Others look at the role of the dark matter. We have seen in the recent news the groundbreaking research suggesting that in some cases we might not even be looking at the supermassive black hole at the center, but perhaps a super dense compact core of fermionic dark matter that mimics a black hole. And the black hole's gravitational shadow without the need of a traditional rotational mechanism. But even these theories feel like patchwork on a broken engine. When we find more of these still galaxies, it suggests that our standard model of how galaxies are born is actually missing a huge piece of puzzle. So, why does this matter to you and me? Because it proves that our laws of universe are really just our best guesses so far. Every time we find a nightmare like this one, it's a signal that universe is far more diverse and stranger than our simulation predicted. If the galaxies can form and survive without the engines of rotation, it changes how we calculate the mass of the universe, how we understand dark matter distribution, and even how we view the history of our own galaxy. We are living through an era of astronomical upheaval. The more we see, the more we realize that the clockwork universe is actually a lot more mysterious than we ever dared to imagine. Is this galaxy a cosmic glitch, or is it the first clue to a new branch of physics we haven't even named yet? The search continues as we refine our data from telescopes like James Webb and the next generation of deep space scanners. One thing is certain: the universe doesn't owe us an easy explanation, and that's exactly why we keep looking. My name is Chandrakant. If you found this deep dive into the impossible as fascinating as I did, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe to Akul Mac World for more deep dives into the science that shift our reality. And friends, I will also like to know what you think. Is this a failure of gravity or a hidden secret of the dark matter? Let me know in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Before I go, I will like to speak few words about the affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. Did you know the sunglasses we wear today started as a courtroom tool in 1200 AD in China? Forget the beach or the runways, the original purpose of the tinted lens was about hiding the truth. In this video, we dive deep into the fascinating history of sunglasses and reveal why they were actually invented long before they were the global fashion statement. The Chinese judges used flat pans of smoky quartz to conceal their eyes' expression while interrogating witnesses. This poker face tactic was essential for maintaining authority and absolute impartiality in the courtroom. Let us explore this further. We wear them for style. We wear them for sun protection. We wear them because we stayed up too late in the night before and don't want world to know about our black eyes. Sunglasses are perhaps the most universal accessory on the planet. Whether you are on a sunny beach in California or a high-stake poker game in the Vegas, sunglasses are a shield. They allow us to observe the world without letting the world observe us. But Have you stopped to wonder when were they actually invented? You might think of the 20th century Hollywood elite or perhaps even early 20th century pilots, but you would be off by about 800 years. The story of sunglasses doesn't begin on a runway or in a cockpit. It begins in the bustling, highly sophisticated courtrooms of the Song dynasty in China all the way back in 1200 AD. Today, we are peeling back the layers on the surprising, secretive, and truly fascinating origins of the first sunglass. It's a story of justice, psychology, and the ancient need for a impenetrable poker face. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let us continue with our discussion. To understand why sunglasses were invented, we have to travel back to 1200 AD during Song dynasty. This was a period of incredible innovation in China. If you have lived during this time, you were living in a golden age of engineering, astronomy, judicial reforms, etc. The judicial system of Song dynasty was very complex. It relied heavily on the testimony of the witnesses, and the judge was ultimate arbiter of the truth. But there was a problem that had plagued the legal system for centuries, which is human biases. A judge had to be impartial. A judge had to be a blank slate. If a judge showed even a flicker of emotion, a raised eyebrow, a narrowing of the eye, a look of skepticism, it could intimidate a witness, bias the court, or give away a verdict before the final ruling was delivered. The eyes, as the saying goes, are the window to the soul. So in 1200s, the Chinese judges realized that those windows were a liability. If they were to maintain the absolute appearance of fairness, they needed a way to mask their reactions. They needed a way to hide their eyes. Enter the inventor of the time. They didn't have plastic or high-tech polymers. They worked with the earth, what they found them on the earth, what earth gave them. The material of choice was smoky quartz, a translucent darkened mineral. It was known for its cooling properties and its ability to reduce the glare of the sun. But its true power in the courtroom was its opacity. These early sunglasses weren't anything like the aviator or wayfarers we wear today. They were flat pans of polished quartz. They didn't have arms that hooked over your ear. Instead, they were often held up to the eye by hand, or sometimes delicately balanced across the bridge of the nose. This wasn't about fashion. It wasn't about avoiding UV rays. It was the world's first most sophisticated poker face technology. By wearing these darkened lenses, a judge could listen to a defendant's testimony, process the details, and show absolutely nothing on their face. The witness couldn't tell if the judge was angry, sympathetic, skeptic, or simply bored. The sunglasses created a psychological barrier. They forced the person on the stand to face the judge, but the judge remained a mystery. It was an ingenious application of the material science to solve a psychological problem in the legal system. It was, in essence, the first time in human history that eyewear was used as a tool to control a flow of the information. For a long time, this remained a tool of the elite and the judicial class. It wasn't something the average citizen wore while strolling through the marketplace. It was a symbol of authority. But as with all the great invention, the idea began to spread. Over the following centuries, the use of tinted lenses moved from courtroom to other aspects of high society. Wealthy individuals began to adapt the look not just for the psychological masking effect, but because they found that tinted lenses helped them reduce eye strain and fatigue during long periods of reading or traveling. The journey of the sunglass from a judicial tool to a fashion icon is a long one. When explorers and traders eventually brought the concept of the tinted lenses to the West, it was refined. Eventually, the flat pans evolved into frame with earpieces, and later, during the early 20th century, mass manufacturing allowed them to become a sunglasses that we recognize today. But even today, the DNA of 1200 AD's invention remains. Think about why celebrities wear sunglasses on the red carpet. Think about why professionals, poker players, wear them at their final table. We are, doing exactly what those Song Dynasty judges were doing 8 centuries ago. We are creating a barrier. We are controlling what others can see, and they cannot. We are using pieces of tinted glass to preserve our mystery. It's humbling, isn't it? Every time you put on a pair of sunglasses before heading out into the sun, you are participating in a tradition that was over 800 years old. You are echoing the ancient Chinese judge who stood as the final word on justice, balancing the scale with steady, unreadable gaze beyond the smoky quartz lens. The next time when someone asks you why you are wearing a sunglass inside a room, or why you never take them off, you can tell them the truth. You're not just maintaining your impartiality, you're just looking for a bit of that Song Dynasty poker face. History isn't just a list of dates and battles, it's a story of how we solve the problem, how we protect ourselves, and how we present ourselves to the world. And sometimes the most mundane objects in our life have the most fascinating story to tell. So, friends, thanks for joining me on this deep dive into the history of sunglasses. If you enjoyed the uncovering the origin of the everyday object, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more deep dives into the hidden history of things we take for granted today. So, friends, I will see you in the next one. Till then, please take care. Hello, friends. Namaskaram. I hope you know a guy called Steve Fawcett. Steve Fawcett, a master of endurance and risk, became the first person to fly solo around the world in a balloon. In this video, we dive deep into the Spirit of Freedom mission, a grueling 14 days journey across 20,000 miles that redefined the limits of human achievement and aviation technology. Beyond the record breaking stats, we analyze the incredible grit, metallurgical strategy, and unwavering focus required to navigate the globe alone, from the freezing height of the stratosphere to the strategic decisions that kept him alive. This is a story of how Steve Fawcett conquered the wind and solidified his place in history. Let's go. History is often defined by those who refuse to accept the word impossible. We talk about the great explorer, Magellan, Amundsen, Armstrong, but there is a unique category for those who tackle the elements completely alone. In 2002, one man looked at the globe and decided he didn't needed a jet or a rocket or even a co-pilot. He just needed the wind. Today, we are analyzing one of the most audacious feats of human endurance and the strategic navigation in the 21st century. Steve Fawcett's record breaking solo non stop circumnavigation in the Spirit of Freedom. Welcome to this deep dive. But before that, friends, please let us know from which city you have tuned in so that we know exactly who's watching us and who's not. All right, let's proceed further. To understand the weight of 2002, you have to understand the stakes. Before the Steve Fawcett, people had tried, many had died. It was the last great record in aviation. Fawcett wasn't just an adventurer, he was a master of logistics and risk management. He viewed the stratosphere not as an enemy but as a system to be leveraged. He had attempted this journey 5 times before. Think about that. 5 failures, 5 near death experiences, and yet he continued to iterate. This is the critical lesson for any leader. Failure is not the end of the strategy. It is the data you need to perfect your next launch. In 2002, in Nottingham, Western Australia, the Spirit of Freedom, a massive 140-foot tall balloon, began its ascent. The goal? To fly around the world solo, non-stop, in under 20 days. The capsule was size of a walk-in closet, roughly 7 feet by 5 feet. For 14 days, this would be his entire universe. Technologically, the Spirit of Freedom was a marvel of the time. It utilized a Rosier design, combining helium for a constant lift and hot air for vertical control. But the real strategy was in the navigation. Fawcett had to stay within a specific jet stream. If he dipped into lower altitude, he hit turbulence. Too high, he risked extreme cold and oxygen deprivation. He didn't have the modern AI navigator, but he had a team of meteorologists feeding him data, and he had to process it with absolute calm. This is the definition of the equanimity under pressure, a concept we talk about frequently here on the channel also. Whether you are a leading corporation or a piloting a balloon over the Southern Ocean, the ability to process the data, discard the noise, and execute the core task is what separates the masters from the amateurs. For 2 weeks, the world watched, but inside the capsule, absolute silence. The physical toll was immense. He slept in 45 minutes intervals. He dealt with mechanical failures, burner malfunctions, and constant crushing psychological reality of being miles above the earth, absolutely alone. One of the most dangerous moments occurred over the Southern Ocean where the temperature plummeted, threatening the integrity of the balloon fabric. A normal person would panic. A strategist looked for the lever. Fawcett had to manipulate his altitude constantly to catch the right current, essentially surfing the atmosphere. When you study his flight, you see a man who was entirely in sync with his environment. He wasn't fighting the wind, he was negotiating with it. This is the profound leadership lesson. True success doesn't come from the brute forcing your way through a crisis. It comes from understanding the forces at play and positioning yourself where the current naturally carries you towards your objective. On July 3rd, 2002, after 14 days, 19 hours and 50 minutes, Steve Fawcett touched down in Queensland, Australia. He had done it. He was the first person to circumnavigate the globe solo in a balloon. He didn't just set a record, he closed a chapter in human exploration. He proved that with the right combination of preparation, iterative learning, and mental discipline, the impossible becomes merely the next milestone. So, why does this matter to us today? Why are we discussing a 2002 balloon flight on a channel focused on AI education and executive strategy? Because the landscape of a business is changing just as rapidly as weather system uh, faucet had to navigate. Whether it's a shift towards AI, the changing global economic order, or the demand for real time education, we are all in our own spirit of freedom capsule. We are all dealing with high stake environments where one wrong decision or one moment of lost focus can send us off course. Steve Fawcett showed us that preparation is the foundation of the courage. So, friends, thank you for joining me on this historic strategic deep dive. If you enjoyed this breakdown, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Join us on the next on Akulmak History as we continue to explore the intersection of past, present, and future. I am CK, and I will see you again very soon in the next one. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज हमारे सामने एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है जिसका आंसर हमें ढूंढना बहुत ही जरूरी है। ये क्वेश्चन है, क्या आज के आधुनिक बिजनेस वर्ल्ड में धर्म और रणनीति का कोई स्थान है या कोई स्थान रह गया है? इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है और हमें इसका डिस्कशन करना है। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। एक सीईओ के रूप में अनिश्चितता और कठिन निर्णयों के बीच आप अपना कर्तव्य कैसे निभा सकते हैं? इस वीडियो में हम भगवत गीता की सहायता लेंगे और हम जानेंगे कि भगवान कृष्ण ने हमें क्या सीख दी है, और इस इम्पोर्टेंट सवाल का आंसर खोजने में हम भगवत गीता की सहायता लेंगे। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। एक सीईओ की कुर्सी जो होती है काफ़ी चमकदार होती है, बहुत ही अट्रैक्टिव होती है, लेकिन इसके पीछे बहुत ज़्यादा अनसर्टेनिटी होती है, तनाव, हर दिन के जीवन के कठोर निर्णय। वो ये केवल वही जानता है जो उस कुर्सी पे बैठता है। जब जाने कि कोई लीडर है जो बहुत ही हाई हॉट सीट पे बैठा हुआ है। क्यों क्या आपने कभी इसको महसूस किया है कि आपकी सारी स्ट्रैटेजी फेल हो रही है? मार्केट गिरता ही जा रहा है, आप समझ ही नहीं पा रहे क्या करना है, टीम बिखरने लगी है और सब कुछ गलत हो रहा है और इसके बीच में एक लकीर खींची हुई है। आप उस लकीर पे क्या करना है वो आप तय करते हैं एज़ ए सीईओ। आज हम किसी मैनेजमेंट बुक की बात नहीं करेंगे। आज हम बात करेंगे दुनिया के सबसे पुराने, सबसे प्रभावशाली लीडरशिप गाइड भगवत गीता, और खास तौर पे अध्याय 2 चैप्टर 2 श्लोक 31 में, जिसमें किसी भी सीईओ के लिए किसी वेपन की जो सीख दी गई है किसी वेपन से कम नहीं है। एक स्ट्रेटेजिक मास्टर क्लास की तरह ये हमारे सामने है। और इसका सीधा अर्थ है, अगर हम इस कोट को पढ़ें, इस वर्स को पढ़ें, और कोट स्टार्ट्स, अपने क्षत्रिय धर्म, अपने यानी कि अपने कर्तव्य को देखते हुए भी तुम्हें विचलित नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि धर्म के लिए ही, न्याय के लिए ही युद्ध करने से बेहतर एक योद्धा के लिए और कुछ भी नहीं है। एंड द कोट क्लोज। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं तो हमें कमेंट करके ज़रूर बताएं कि आप कौन सी सिटी से, कौन सी कंट्री से हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में हमारा वीडियो देख रहे हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। अब एक सीईओ के तौर पे आप सोचेंगे, मैं युद्ध कैसे कर सकता हूँ? मैं तो बिज़नेस कर रहा हूँ। लेकिन ज़रा रुकिए, आज का बाज़ार किसी कुरुक्षेत्र से कम नहीं है। और यहाँ पे कट थ्रोट कंपटीशन होता है। नैतिकता बनाम मुनाफा, और टीम के बजाय टीम को बचाए रखने के लिए जद्दोजहद, क्योंकि टीम आपका कॉम्पिटिटर ले जाएगा। तो यही तो वो युद्ध है जो हमें हर दिन लड़ना होता है। सो इस श्लोक में बोला गया है कि क्षत्रिय अर्थ केवल वो नहीं जो तलवार उठाता है, इसका अर्थ वो है जो व्यक्ति जिम्मेदारी लेने से नहीं डरता। जब गीता में भगवान कृष्ण ने अर्जुन से कहा कि तुम विचलित मत हो, तो वो एक सीईओ को सिखा रहे हैं, एक सीईओ की तरह उनको सिखा रहे हैं और बोल रहे हैं कि आपको विचलित नहीं होना है, कितनी भी बड़ी मार्केट रियलिटी आपके सामने हो। और इन डिसीजन का अंत होना चाहिए। जब कोई बड़ा फैसला लेना हो तो आप स्वधर्म, अपनी, जैसे कि अपनी कंपनी के विजन और मूल्यों को देखें, और अगर फैसला सही है तो परिणाम से मत डरें, डर का त्याग करें, अर्थात कांपना छोड़ें। एक सीईओ को का डर पूरी टीम में फैल जाता है। अगर आप डरे हुए हैं तो आपकी रणनीति भी डरी हुई होगी, क्योंकि न्याय के लिए खड़ा होना है, अक्सर मार्केट में टिके रहने के लिए और अनिकता, जिसको अनएथिकल बोलते हैं, रास्ते कई दफ़ा अपना लेते हैं कई लोग, क्योंकि खड़ा रहना है और अनएथिकल जो रास्ता होता है वो थोड़ा-सा आसान दिखता है। श्लोक कहते हैं कि अधर्म के खिलाफ लड़ना आपका धर्म है। यही आपकी स्ट्रैटेजी होनी चाहिए, कि आपके मुनाफे से पहले आपकी वैल्यूज़ को आपको सामने रखना होगा। और अब इसको हम लीडरशिप में लगाएँ, तो इसको हम कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट करें? तो यहाँ पे मैं आपको 3 स्टेप बताऊँगा, जिससे आप इसको धीरे-धीरे अपने जीवन में डाल सकते हैं और अपने डिसीजंस बेटर ले सकते हैं। तो पहला है द पर्पस। पर्पस की परिभाषा करें। जब भी कोई मुश्किल आए, खुद से पूछें, क्या यह फैसला मेरी कंपनी के लिए वैल्यू के अनुरूप है? अगर हाँ, तो पीछे ना हटें, आगे बढ़ें। नंबर 2, कन्विक्शन के साथ लीड करें, क्योंकि आपने पहला पॉइंट आपने देख लिया है। श्लोक कहता है कि न्याय का युद्ध है ये। अगर आपकी रणनीति सही है तो आप पूरी ताकत से आगे बढ़ें। अधूरे मन से लिए गए फैसले हमेशा घाटा देते हैं। नंबर 3, स्टेक होल्डर की सुरक्षा करें। एक योद्धा अपने राज की रक्षा करता है, अपने कर्मचारियों को, इन्वेस्टर जिसको हम निवेशक भी बोलते हैं, ग्राहकों की रक्षा करता है। और जब आप डिफेंसिव नहीं बल्कि वैल्यू ड्रिवन लीडर बनते हैं तो आप अजय हो जाते हैं। तो दोस्तों ये 3 मंत्र हैं जो आप अपनी लाइफ में उसको फॉलो कर सकते हैं, जो हमें भगवत गीता से इस पर्टिकुलर 2 लाइनों के श्लोक में मिलते हैं। दोबारा से बोलता हूँ, चैप्टर 2 श्लोक 31, और आपको ये याद दिलाता है कि आप एक सीईओ ही नहीं, आप एक लीडर हैं जिसे न्याय और प्रगति के लिए खड़ा होना है। आज अपने बोर्ड रूम में जाने से पहले बस ये याद रखें कि जो कंडीशंस हैं वो कितनी भी कठिन हो, अगर आपका धर्म, आपका कर्तव्य और नैतिकता आप के रास्ते पे आप चल रहे हैं तो हारने का कोई सवाल ही नहीं पैदा होता। अगर आप लीडर हैं और आपको लगता है कि ये संदेश आपके किसी सहकर्मी या दोस्त के काम आ सकता है, तो उनके साथ शेयर करें और हमें कमेंट करके बताएं कि आपके लिए कॉर्पोरेट धर्म का सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज क्या है। हम उस पर चर्चा करेंगे आने वाले वीडियो में। सब्सक्राइब करना ना भूलें। मिलते हैं जल्दी अगले वीडियो में। तब तक के लिए आपका हम प्रार्थना करेंगे आपका दिन शुभ रहे और आप सक्सेस पाएं। थैंक यू। नमस्कार। Hello friends, welcome to this high-level executive briefing. We explore the profound leadership wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita. While the modern corporate culture often drives leaders towards external validation and endless doing within quotes, this ancient verse reveals that the most effective leadership comes from a state of internal being. The inside out executive breaks down how the concept of the yogi, one who is happy within and flooded with self enlightenment, translate directly to the modern C suite. Learn how to translate and transition from reactive management to proactive sovereignty. Let us explore this thought further. Welcome once again. We live in an era of the extreme leadership. We are taught that more we do, more we achieve. We track KPIs, market share, and quarterly growth. But there is a paradox at the top. Many executives have reached the pinnacle of the material success while, they feel more hollow than when they started. Why is it that more we gain on the outside, the more we feel we are losing on the inside? Today we are looking for the answers in a 7,000-year-old text. We are exploring Bhagavad Gita chapter 5 verse 24. It offers a blueprint of what I call the inside out executive. Let's look at the verse itself, and Bhagwan Krishna says, and the quote starts, a yogi is happy within. He sees God within himself. He is flooded with self-enlightenment. He attains the liberation from material existence and unite with the divine. And the quote close. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine our reach. Alright, let's proceed further. To the modern CEO, words like yogi or divine might feel distant. But let's translate this into a language of the leadership. A yogi is simply a person of the perfected discipline. Happy within himself means you are emotional, in your emotional state is no longer a hostage to the stock market or a boardroom meeting. Flooded with self-enlightenment is what we now call high-level intuition and clarity. This verse isn't about retiring to a cave, it's about becoming an unshakable in the boardroom. Most leaders are outside in. If the company performs, they are happy. If the media criticize them, they are miserable. Their internal world is a mirror of their external environment. The inside out executive flips the script. Verse 5.24 tells us that the source of joy must be internal. When you are happy within, you lead from a place of abundance rather than scarcity. You aren't making decisions because you are afraid of losing your status. You are making them because they are the right thing to do. This is where the self-enlightenment comes in. When the noise of ego and anxiety is silenced, you gain the quiet mind. In that quiet, you see the God within, or in professional terms, you access your highest intelligence. Now, let's talk about the most provocative word in this verse: liberation. In the Gita, this is the moksha, which is freedom from cycle of birth and death. For an executive, this is freedom from the material grind. Think about it. How much of your stress comes from things you cannot control? The economy, the competition, the global supply chain. Liberation means you are no longer a slave to these outcomes. You perform your dharma, which is your duty, with 100% intensity, but your soul isn't crushed if the result fluctuate. Ironically, this detachment makes you more powerful. A leader who doesn't need a specific outcome to feel whole is the most dangerous person in a negotiation. You have nothing to lose because your fulfillment is already locked in internal space. So, how do we apply this tomorrow morning, right? First, the morning audit. Before you check your emails, which is coming from outside, check your inside. Spend 5 minutes in silence. Find that internal happiness before the world tries to give you its version of it. Alright? Number 2, intellectual detachment. During a crisis, ask yourself, is my happiness based on solving this, or is my happiness constant while I solve this? Right? Number 3 is lead by light. So verse 5.24 mentioned about flooded with light. Be the leader who brings clarity to the room, not heat. If you are enlightened within, you illuminate the path for everyone else. The verse ends by saying the yogi unite with the divine. In leadership, this is the union of the purpose and action. When your internal state matches your external impact, you aren't just working anymore, you are fulfilling your mission. So don't just lead a company, lead yourself first. Be the inside out executive. And friends, we have come to the end. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for your time. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before we end this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, did you know that Oracle just secured a massive $300 million windfall and the cloud computing landscape will never be the same? In this video, we break down how Larry Ellison's tech giant pulled off this incredible financial feat and what it means for the escalating cloud wars against the giants like AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud. As the enterprise demand for AI integrated cloud infrastructure skyrockets, Oracle positions itself as a dominant force. We will analyze the specific deals that led to this jackpot, the impact on Oracle's stock, and why the analysts are shifting their outlook on the company's long-term growth. Let's go and explore this further. For decades, the cloud wars had a predictable hierarchy. Amazon, Microsoft, and Google sat on the throne while everyone else fought, for the crumbs. But in late 2025 and moving into 2026, the script has been flipping. In fact, it has flipped completely now. Oracle, the company your dad knew for databases, just hit another 300 billion jackpot. This isn't just a win, it's a tectonic shift. We are talking about a massive multi-year deal with OpenAI that has sent Oracle's backlog or remaining performance obligations soaring to an eye-watering $553 billion. Today we are diving into the new Oracle. How did Larry Ellison turn a legacy software company into the backbone of the AI revolution? Is this 300 billion windfall a guaranteed victory, or is Oracle building a house of cards on the back of a single customer? So friends, before we move forward, and if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's break it down. To understand the jackpot, we have to look at the numbers. The headline is $300 billion. 5-year contract with OpenAI. To put that in perspective, that's roughly 60 billion in revenue per year from just one client. Why would OpenAI, a company born in Microsoft Azure's cloud, move a massive chunk of its workload to Oracle? The answer is simple: capacity and power. OpenAI's hunger for compute is insatiable. They need electricity and lots of it. This deal involves 4.5 gigawatts of power capacity. That's enough to power 4 million homes. Oracle isn't just renting out existing space, they are building massive new AI factories under a project often referred to as Stargate. We are seeing brand new data centers, campuses in Texas and Ohio, packed with hundreds of thousands of NVIDIA Blackwell GPUs, Oracle's secret weapon. Their infrastructure was built later than AWS and Azure. That sounds like a disadvantage, but it actually means their Gen 2 cloud was designed specifically for high performance workload and modern databases, the exact environment AI needs to thrive. But building a 300 billion cloud isn't easy. You cannot just plug 400,000 GPUs into a wall socket. The traditional power grid cannot handle this. This is where the heating up part of your title gets literal. Just this week, in April 2026, Oracle made a massive move to solve the energy crisis. They have partnered with Bloom Energy for nearly 3 gigawatts of fuel cell power. Instead of waiting for years for local utility companies to build power lines, Oracle is building its own off-grid power plant. They are literally bypassing the grid to ensure their AI servers never go dark. This level of aggressive expansion is why Oracle Cloud Infrastructure revenue jumped 84% in most recent quarter. While the big three are growing at steady clips, Oracle is growing like a startup on a steroid. Now we have to talk about the red flag, which is $300 billion. Sounds great on paper, but Wall Street is nervous. Oracle stock has been, going through some intense volatility lately. Why? Because customer concentration. Over 50% of Oracle's future backlog is tied to one company, which is OpenAI. If OpenAI struggles to monetize its model, or if the AI bubble cools down, Oracle is left holding the bill for billions of dollars in hardware and in data centers. Oracle's debt to equity ratio is also significantly higher than Microsoft or Amazon. They are borrowing heavily to build this future. They are spending $50 billion in capital expenditure this year alone. It's a bet the farm movement for Larry Ellison. Is Oracle a ticking time bomb or a visionary genius? The market can't quite decide at this point in time. So where does this leave us? Oracle has officially graduated. They are no longer the database company or the fourth placed cloud. With 300 billion jackpot in hand, they are the specialized AI cloud. That's the world's most powerful startup as flocking it. The cloud war is heating up because the rules have changed. It's no longer about who has the most features. It's about who has the most GPUs and most gigawatts. And Oracle has both. If they can execute on this backlog and diversify their client base beyond OpenAI, we might be looking at the new king of enterprise tech. But if the AI hype fails to meet reality, the $300 billion windfall could become a $300 billion lesson in over expansion. One thing is certain, Oracle isn't playing it safe anymore. They are playing for the whole jackpot. So friends, what do you think? Is Oracle the best AI player in the market, or the risk is too high? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dive into the tech that is going to shape 2026 and beyond. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. For decades, the thick yellow-orange clouds of Venus have hidden a secret. While we have understood the upper atmosphere, the lower haze has remained one of the planetary science's greatest enigma until now. In this video, we dive into the groundbreaking discovery that reveals the true source of this mysterious layer, which is cosmic dust. Let's go and find this out. Venus is often called as Earth's evil twin. At first glance, it is the same size, has the same composition, and sits right next door in our solar system. But beneath that beautiful glowing facade lies a nightmare. Surface temperature hot enough to melt lead, atmospheric pressures that would crush a submarine, and thick cloud of corrosive sulfuric acid. For over 50 years since the first probe, like the beg your pardon, Soviet Venera and NASA's Pioneer Venus descended into the toxic soup, scientists have been haunted by the specific mystery. Most of the Venus's clouds sit between 47 and 70 kilometers up, but deep below that, below the cloud cover in the lower haze, there is a layer of mysterious particles that shouldn't be there by all accounts, and what causes these particles to float in that area, it was a mystery. So what created them? Why won't they go away? For half a century we had no answers, but today in 2026 a team of researchers from Tokuwu University and the Royal Belgian Institute for Space Astronomy has finally cracked the case, and the answer didn't come from the volcanoes of Venus, it came from the stars. To understand the discovery, we have to understand why the lower haze is so enigmatic in the first place. Friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. On Earth, clouds are simple. Water evaporates, condenses, and eventually fall as rain. On Venus, it's a cycle of sulfur. Sulfuric acid clouds dominate the upper atmosphere. However, as you go deeper towards the surface, the temperature skyrockets. By the time you get below 47 kilometers, it becomes so hot that sulfuric acid cannot exist as a liquid droplet. It evaporates into gas. Logically, the clouds should just stop, but they don't. Probes descending through this kill zone in the year 1970 and it is detected a persistent ghostly haze of solid particles. For decades, the theories flew. Was it volcanic ash being kicked up from the surface? Was it some strange chemical reaction? We didn't understand at all. None of these models worked. The math never added up until Hiroki Karayu and his team decided to look at what Venus was eating from space. Every day, every planet in our solar system is bombarded by cosmic dust, tiny fragments left behind by the comets and colliding asteroids. We see these on Earth as shooting stars. When these meteors hit an atmosphere, they burn up, creating what scientists call meteoric smoke. These are nanometer-sized mineral particles, essentially tiny bits of iron, magnesium, and silicon. The research team used a state-of-the-art microphysical model to trace the life cycle of these particles as they enter the Venusian atmosphere. Here is the aha moment. As this cosmic dust drifts down from top of the atmosphere, it enters the sulfuric acid cloud deck. Instead of just passing through these tiny mineral bits as nuclei, essentially the seeds that sulfuric acid droplets grow around, but then the particles keep falling. They reach that 47-kilometer mark where the heat becomes unbearable. The sulfuric acid shell evaporates away, but the solid mineral core, which is the cosmic dust, remains. This is where the mystery is truly solved. When the acid evaporates, it leaves behind these naked mineral cores. Because the atmosphere at this depth is so dense, these tiny particles start bumping into each other at very high rate. They don't just bounce off, they kick, they stick also. Sometimes they kick, move away and collide with other particles. This process is called the coagulation. These tiny grains of stardust clumps together to form larger, more complex particles. This is exactly what the Pioneer Venus probe saw decades ago, the haze of solid, non-volatile particles that survived the heat. The team simulation didn't just suggest this could happen. The result matched the decade-old data from Venera and the Pioneer probes with startling accuracy. After 50 years, the ghost of Venus has a name. It is the processed remains of billions of shooting stars. So why does this matter beyond just solving an old puzzle? Because this dust isn't just a passive visitor. It is actively terraforming, or rather Venus forming, the planet's climate. The researchers found that these cosmic seeds increase Venus' total cloud production by 20 to 30%. Without this rain of space dust, Venus might have thinner clouds, which would fundamentally change how much solar energy the planet reflects and how much heat it traps. Furthermore, these dust particles contains metallic elements like iron. This could finally explain the unknown UV absorber, the mysterious substance in Venus's cloud that sucks up ultraviolet light and has baffled astronomers for nearly a century. If the clouds are salted with iron from space, that explains the UV absorption perfectly. This discovery changes how we look at every planet. If the cosmic dust is shaping the atmosphere of Venus, it is likely doing the same for Jupiter, Saturn, and even distant exoplanets we are just now discovering. But the best part, we won't have to wait another 50 years to confirm this. In late 2020s, NASA Da Vinci mission will plunge through Venusian's atmosphere with most advanced sensors ever built. It will taste the air, measure the dust, and hopefully gives us high definition look at the cosmic haze we finally have understood now. The morning star still has many secrets, but thanks to a little bit of stardust and some brilliant modeling, one of its oldest mystery is finally put to rest. So friends, we have come to the end, and I see Megha Sharma joining us from LinkedIn, and she is joining us from Delhi. So Megha Sharma, great, you have informed us about your city. So friend, we have come to the end of our live stream today. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
For years, Anthropic Claude was known for as a conversational powerhouse
on AI that could reason, that could assist, and also solve the complex tasks. But today, in 2026, the company has decided to redraw the boundaries of creativity. With the debut of Claude Design, Anthropic actually has stepped boldly into the visual arena, and where it offers the tool that transform and to the plain language into a polished and presentation, prototype, and marketing visual. This is not just another AI feature, but it is reimagination of how the idea takes shape. No templates, no plain canvases, just words flowing into images. For entrepreneurs, for educators, and the creators, Claude Design promises speed and accessibility. And for a design industry, it raises the questions about the originality and artistry, and the role of human imagination in the era of machine learning, machine marketing, visual. So let's find out more about this.
In the spring of 2026, the Anthropic, the company best known for its conversational AI assist Claude, and unveiled the bold new frontiers. The Claude Design, which is actually making a lot of waves in the industry. This debut marks a significant expansion of the Claude ecosystem, moving beyond the text and the code into the realm of visual creation. For years, the Anthropic had positioned itself as a competitor to OpenAI and Google in the natural language space. But with the Claude Design, it signals a deep ambition to redefine how humans interact with creativity itself. The Claude Design is powered by Anthropic's most advanced model, Claude Opus 4.7, a multi-model system capable of interacting not just words but visual concepts, and that this also allows the tool that the user to describe an idea into a natural language. A sleek pitch deck for a fintech startup, or a prototype layout for a mobile app, and watch that the AI generates a polished, professional grade visuals. Presentation, one-pager, product mock-ups, and marketing materials can be drafted in minutes. And bypassing the traditional blank canvas problem that has a long haunted designers and entrepreneurs. So the launch of Claude Design is not just about convenience. It is about accessibility. And Anthropic envisions a world where the founder, the product managers, and the market people who may lack formal design training can still produce compelling visual that communicate their ideas effectively. In this sense, the Claude Design democratizes creativity, lowering the barriers and accelerating the workflow. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, for startups, the implications are enormous. A founder preparing for an investor's pitch can now generate a professional deck overnight. So marketers can prototype campaign visuals without actually waiting for a design team. And even the educator and the students can use Claude Design to create very designing and engaging presentation with minimal effort. And unsurprisingly, the debut has sparked comparison with the established platform like Canva, Figma, and Adobe Photoshop. So analysts have already begun asking whether Claude Design could be Canva killer. While the Canva revolutionized the design by offering templates, drag and drop simplicity, the Claude Design goes a step further. It eliminates the need for templates altogether. Instead, it listens to language and interprets the intent and produces the visual that feels tailored to the user's vision. And this shift from template to driven design to AI driven creations could reshape the competitive landscape. If the Claude Design succeed, it may force incumbents to integrate deeper AI capabilities into platform, accelerating the industry's evolution. So yet, as with all generative AI, Claude Design raises questions. Can AI generated visual truly match the nuances and artistry of human designers? Will the reliance of AI homogenize creativity, producing output that feels polished but lack originality? And what of copyright and ownership? Who truly owns a AI generated design, the user or the algorithm? Now, the critics also warn the ethical risk, and just as the test-based AI has misused to generate misinformation, visual AI could be exploited to create misleading prototypes, fake branding, or even the counterfeit the documents. The Anthropic insists that safeguards are in place, but the debate is far from the settled. So, you will also agree that there's a turning point in AI creativity which is on rise. The Claude Design debut is more than a product launch. It is turning point in the story of AI creativity. For Anthropic, it represents a strategic pivot from being a text-first company to embrace the multimodal intelligence. And for user, it offers a glimpse of future where the language itself becomes the interface for the design. Now, when I'm just telling you about this, I also get worried. I am with the critics because nowadays the children are also very tech savvy, and they will love Anthropic Claude because they can turn their language into a picture which they love most because they hate writing, right? So this is something which I think I need your comments on this. Now, going forward, for a society, it raises the profound question that is there about the role of human artistry in the age where the machine can generate beauty at scale. So Anthropic Claude Design is both exhilarating and unsettling. It promises speed, accessibility, and democratization, but also challenges long-held notion of originality and authorship. As a business educator and creator, experiment with this new tool. The world will have to decide whether AI-led design is a complement to human creativity or a competitor. So in the end, Claude Design is not just about making visual easier. It is about redefining the very act of creation, turning the words into the images, the ideas into the artifacts. Whether it becomes a cornerstone of a creative economy or a cautionary tale will depend on how wisely we balance innovation with integrity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. So see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सबका स्वागत है। आज हम स्पेसएक्स के आईपीओ के बारे में बात करेंगे। आपको सबको पता होगा कि रिसेंटली एक स्पेसएक्स का बहुत बड़ा एक आईपीओ आया है मार्केट में। आपने क्या उसमें निवेश किया है या सोच रहे हैं? एलन मस्क की कंपनी स्पेसएक्स शेयर मार्केट में एक धमाकेदार एंट्री ले चुकी है और आज हम इस वीडियो में बात करेंगे कि लिस्टिंग के बाद शेयरों में क्यों ऐसी इतना उछाल आया है, रॉकेट जैसी तेजी से बाजार में उछाल आया है और बाजार ने इतना पॉजिटिव रिएक्शन क्यों दिया है, इसके बारे में हम चर्चा करते हैं। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। दोस्तों 12 जून 2026 को ये स्पेसएक्स का जो आईपीओ था वो लिस्ट हुआ था स्टॉक एक्सचेंज पे, और ये एक मामूली आईपीओ नहीं है, ये दुनिया का अब तक का सबसे बड़ा आईपीओ था। ट्रिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स की बात हो रही है इसमें। एलन मस्क की कंपनी ने शेयर बाजार में कदम रखा, पहली दफा रखा है, और इसने इस कदम रखते ही तूफान आ गया है, बहुत ज़्यादा तेजी से आगे बढ़ा है। और हम इसकी बात करेंगे, जब इसकी बात कर रहे हैं तो इसकी वैल्यू ऑलरेडी 2.1 ट्रिलियन का मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन कर चुकी है कुछ ही घंटों में, कुछ ही दिनों के अंदर। तो हम अपना एनालिसिस चालू रखेंगे, लेकिन दोस्तों अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं तो हमें कमेंट करके बताएं कि कौन से सिटी से आप हमारा ये प्रोग्राम देख रहे हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में आप ये वीडियो देखना चाह रहे हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। सबसे पहले नंबर्स की बात करते हैं। स्पेसएक्स ने आपके शेयरों जो शेयर था वो $135 के ऊपर लिस्ट किया था, और मतलब कि जो स्टार्टिंग प्राइस है $135 है, मार्केट खुलेगा तो 135 से लिस्ट होगा। अब वहाँ पे जब खुलता है मार्केट तो उसके बाद ऊपर भी जाता है, नीचे भी जाता है, लेकिन सबको हैरान कर दिया। शेयरों ने जल्दी मार्केट खुलते ही 19% की उछाल मारी, और डे का जो बिजनेस बंद होते होते 160.95 मतलब 135 पे ये चालू हुआ था और दिन के अंत होते होते $160.95 तक पहुंच गया। ये पर शेयर की प्राइस है। अब इसका सीधा मतलब ये है कि महज एक दिन में ही कंपनी की वैल्यूएशन 2.1 ट्रिलियन तक पहुंच गई, और ये 21 बैंकों के सिंडिकेट द्वारा मैनेज किया गया एक विशाल ऑपरेशन था, जिसे इंटरनली एक प्रोजेक्ट एपेक्स के नाम दिया गया है। जो स्पेसएक्स ने इस प्रोजेक्ट को प्रोजेक्ट एपेक्स दिया गया है, और ये ग्लोबल एक आईपीओ है जिसमें अमेरिकन तो इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं, लेकिन दुनिया में कोई भी इंसान इसमें इन्वेस्ट कर सकता है। अब ये इन्वेस्ट करना क्यों जरूरी है? देखिए, स्पेसएक्स जो कंपनी है एक प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, लेकिन उन्होंने एक बीड़ा उठाया है कि हम एक दूसरे ग्रह पे इंसानों को पहुंचाएंगे और वहां पे कॉलोनी बनाएंगे। तो ये अकेले तो कंपनी कर नहीं सकती। अगर अकेले भी करे तो फिर वो कंपनी की एक प्रॉपर्टी हो जाती है, जैसे ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी ने भारत पे अटैक कर दिया था 200 साल पहले, 300 साल पहले। तो अगर ये मार्स पे जाते हैं तो इनकी हो जाती है। लेकिन अगर ये आईपीओ है और इसको शेयर मार्केट में लोगों ने पब्लिक ने इन्वेस्ट किया है इसके अंदर, तो सबकी इसमें हिस्सेदारी हो जाती है। एक ये पब्लिक कंपनी बन जाती है, जिससे कि अगर वहाँ पे इस्टेब्लिश किया जाए तो जितने भी शेयर होल्डर्स हैं उनका पहला हक बन जाता है। तो इसीलिए ये जो आईपीओ है ये इतना इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाता है, और इसी की वजह से जो लोग हैं काफ़ी एक्साइटेड हैं स्पेस एक्स में इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए। आप देखिए 2.1 ट्रिलियन हो गया, ये अब तक का सबसे बड़ा आईपीओ है दुनिया में। अब सवाल है कि आखिर इस कंपनी में ऐसा क्या है, और ये सिर्फ क्या रॉकेट बनाने वाली कंपनी है? तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं कि इसमें इतना एक्साइटमेंट क्यों आ रहा है लोगों को। सबसे पहले देखिए स्टारलिंक। स्टारलिंक जो एक कंपनी है इलॉन मस्क की, ये इंटरनेट प्रोवाइड करती है। तो ये इनका एक पार्टनरशिप है स्पेस एक्स के साथ, जो भी इलॉन मस्क की कंपनी है। तो स्टारलिंक अगर नहीं है स्पेस एक्स के साथ, तो कम्युनिकेशन कितना डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है। अगर मार्स पे पहुंच गए तो कम्युनिकेट कैसे करेंगे, इंटरनेट कैसे चलेगा, ईमेल कैसे आएगी? तो उसके लिए स्टारलिंक है। और जिसके वजह से जो स्पेस एक्स है वो स्टारलिंक के टेक्नोलॉजी को लेवरेज कर सकता है जब वो मार्स पे अपनी कॉलोनी बनाए। इसके अलावा इनके पास इलेक्ट्रिक कार्स हैं, इनके पास इलेक्ट्रिक बैटरी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जो टेस्ला है वो है। तो जब मार्स पे जाएंगे तो उनको बैटरी बैकअप इक्विपमेंट लगेगा, वहाँ पे मार्स पे चलने वाली गाड़ियाँ लगेंगी। तो वो सब बनाने का जो टेक्नोलॉजी है वो टेस्ला के पास है। तो स्पेस एक्स हो गया, आपका टेस्ला हो गया, आपका स्टारलिंक हो गया। उसके बाद एलन मस्क की टनलिंग कंपनी है, बोरिंग कंपनी है, जो टनल बनाती है ज़मीन के अंदर। और तो मार्स पे जाएँगे तो ज़मीन के ऊपर रहेंगे या ज़मीन के नीचे कंस्ट्रक्शन वगैरह करना पड़ेगा, तो उसके लिए उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी टनलिंग की होगी, जो बोरिंग करते हैं ज़मीन के अंदर, जिसमें बड़ी-बड़ी ट्रेन्स चलाते हैं, तो वो होगा। अब ट्रेनों की बात हुई है तो इनके पास हाइपरलूप, आपने सुना होगा कुछ साल पहले इन्होंने एक कंपनी स्टार्ट की थी हाइपरलूप की, जो जो ज़मीन के अंदर टनल के अंदर एक ट्रेन चलती है बिना किसी इंजन के, सिर्फ वैक्यूम से चलती है, तो वो भी इनके पास है। तो आप समझिए कि जो स्पेस एक्स है एक बहुत ही सीरियस कंटेंडर है, और इनके पास बहुत सारी और टेक्नोलॉजीज़ हैं जिससे स्पेस में जाके और फिर वहाँ मार्स पे लैंड करके और उसके बाद वहाँ पे कॉलोनी एस्टैब्लिश करने का पूरा इन्होंने बेसिक बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ऑलरेडी खड़ा कर दिया है। अब बात करते हैं एआई की। तो इलॉन मस्क की एक और कंपनी है जिसका नाम है एक्स एआई। ये जो कंपनी है ये इसको उन्होंने स्टारलिंक के साथ मर्ज कर दिया है। और आप देखिए ग्रॉक उनका जो एआई है जो ट्विटर पे चलता है, जिसको हम एक्स प्लेटफॉर्म बोलते हैं आज की डेट में, तो ये एक पावर हाउस है जो एआई एनेबल्ड मशीनरी, एआई एनेबल्ड सिस्टम्स जो मार्स पे एस्टैब्लिश करने में सहायता करेगा, और ये इन्हीं के खुद का ओनरशिप है एलन मस्क का। तो इसकी वजह से लोग इसको देखते हैं कंपनी को, स्पेसएक्स को, कि ये अकेली एक रॉकेट बनाने वाली कंपनी नहीं है, इसके पीछे काफ़ी स्ट्रैटेजिक सॉल्यूशंस खड़े हैं जो इसी इकोसिस्टम से आते हैं। तो चलिए मैंने काफ़ी एक्सप्लेन किया इसके बारे में। अब आगे बढ़ते हैं कि देखिए ये आईपीओ है तो मार्केट रिस्क तो होगा ही इसके अंदर। तो अपने होशो हवास ना खोएं, सोच समझ के अगर आप इन्वेस्ट करना चाह रहे हैं तो पूरा एनालिसिस करें, अपना एनालिसिस करके, और आपका लॉस एंड प्रॉफिट का एनालिसिस करके तभी इन्वेस्ट करें, क्योंकि मार्केट तो इस कंपनी पे भी वैसे ही लगेगा जैसे हर कंपनी पे लगता है। तो मार्केट वॉलेटिलिटी का ध्यान रखें, अपने होशो हवास खो के और इमोशंस में आके इन्वेस्ट ना करें, क्योंकि हर कोई ऐसा ही नहीं करता है, पूरा फ्यूचर और बैकग्राउंड फोरग्राउंड देख के करता है। अगर आप भारतीय निवेशक हैं और इसमें इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं तो ये सेंसेक्स ऑफ निफ्टी के थ्रू भी ये इन्वेस्ट किया जा सकता है। एक प्रोसेस है जो हमारे जो स्टॉक एक्सचेंजेस हैं वो प्रोवाइड करते हैं कि कैसे फॉरेन ट्रेड के अंदर आप इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। उसके लिए कुछ कागजी कार्रवाई करनी पड़ती है, तो वो एक स्टैंडर्ड कागजी कार्रवाई है। तो आप इंडिया में होते हुए भी स्पेस एक्स में इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। तो इलॉन मस्क ने मतलब जैसे ही ये स्टॉक मार्केट में आया, आईपीओ आया, वो एक ट्रिलियनियर बन गए हैं, दुनिया के पहले ट्रिलियनियर कहलाएंगे वो, क्योंकि आजकल तो बिलियनियर्स का ज़माना है, लेकिन वो ही अकेले ऐसे हैं जो ट्रिलियनियर बन गए हैं इस आईपीओ के आने के बाद। तो दोस्तों, ऑल इन ऑल ये जो आईपीओ है काफ़ी पॉजिटिव लग रहा है, लेकिन जैसे मैंने कहा पहले कि आप एनालिसिस पूरा करें, उसके बाद ही इसमें आगे बढ़े अगर आप इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं। लेकिन ओवरऑल काफ़ी पॉजिटिव न्यूज़ लग रही है इस आईपीओ की वजह से, तो इसके बारे में आपसे मैं चर्चा करना चाहता था। और मैं ये भी चाहता था कि आप सारी चीज़ों को समझें और इसलिए मैंने एक चीज़ को आपको समझाने की कोशिश भी की इस वीडियो के अंदर। तो दोस्तों अगर आपके कोई और सवाल हैं तो ज़रूर हमें कमेंट करके बताएँ। मिलता हूँ अगले वीडियो में। जय हिंद। In a groundbreaking discovery, astronomers have captured a rare cosmic handshake. Two blazing quasars in the process of merging. Located billions of light years away, these luminous monsters are powered by supermassive black holes that are spiraling towards each other, destined to become a single, even more powerful and massive entity. What is going on here? Let us explore this further.
Twilight chambers of bat caves. Science listens to the whispers carried on wings. Each flutter is more than a movement, it is a messenger of hidden viral world evolving in silence yet capable of reshaping human history. These caves are ecological crossroads where bats, viruses, and environment is intertwined in a delicate balance. Deep inside the humid darkness of Bat Cave, science finds a living lab where the ecology, virology, and human destiny intersects. Bats, with their extraordinary diversity and a global distribution, are reservoir of countless viruses, many harmless within their host, but some with the potential to leap across the species boundaries. The study of virus ecology in these caves is not simply an exercise in curiosity, it is a frontline defense against the next pandemic. Researchers entering these caves are greeted by a symphony of wings and echoes, but beneath the spectacle lies a complex web of interactions. Viruses circulate among bat population through social grooming, shared routes, and feeding habits. Each colony becomes a microcosm of viral exchange, and where the genetic material mutates, recombines, and occasionally acquired the traits that makes cross-species infection possible. By observing these dynamics, scientists gained predictive insight into zoonotic spillover, the moment when the pathogen jumps from animals to humans. And these recent fieldwork has revealed that a spillover risk is not random. It is shaped by ecological pressures, food scarcity, or maybe driving bats closer to human settlement, seasonal migration, concentration of the population, and environmental stress, weakening the immune defenses. So in these caves, near agricultural zone, bats often we find them in fruit orchids and leaving salivas, droppings that can actually contaminate the produce. So such ecological bridges create pathways for virus to escape from their natural host. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us in determining the reach of our channel. So moving forward on this interesting topic, the bat cave thus become a metaphor for a porous boundary between wilder habitat and the civilization. By squeezing viral genomes and collecting them from the salivas and other material which is like droppings, scientists can map evolutionary trajectories, and identifying which strain show sign of adapting to mammalian cells beyond bats. So these molecular fingerprints act as warning signals, allowing public health agencies to monitor the hot spots before outbreak occurs. So equally important are the behavioral observations. Like high definition footage of bat feeding, clustering, and interacting with other species reveals how viral transmission is facilitated. So, in one study, the camera captures bats feasting alongside with the primates and rodent, creating a shared ecological niche where the pathogen could easily cross species line. And such insight underscores that the spillover is not merely a biological event but an ecological one woven into a fabric of shared habitat. The implication definitely ripple outward. So understand a virus ecology in bat's cave inform the predictive model that integrates climate change and deforestations and urban expansion, which is definitely on high at the moment. Now, as forests shrink, the caves are disturbed. Bats are forced into a closer contact with human, amplifying the risk. So by stimulating these scenarios, scientists can forecast where and when spillover is most likely and guiding surveillance and intervention strategies. They can work on that, these kind of strategies. Yet, the narratives is not one of the fear alone. So, bats are vital pollinators, you know that, and insect controllers. So essential to definitely essential to ecosystem. Now, when we demonize them and would be counterproductive. So instead, the lesson from the virus ecology is balance, protecting bat habitats, reduce stress on population, thereby lowering the viral shedding and minimizing the human exposure. So conservation becomes a form of public health. So in a broader arc of science, the bat caves is a reminder that pandemics are ecological phenomena before they are they become actually a medical crisis. So by listening to these whispers of wings in the dark, humanity gains foresight into the invisible currents of viral evolution. The caves teaches us that the vigilance must be ecological and behavioral all at once. So thus the study of virus ecology is in the bat's cave is not confined to academic genres. It is a story of anticipation, resilience and interconnectionness. Now these insight helps predict zoonotics spillover risk, offering humanity a chance to act before the next leap occurs. So in the shadow of the caves, science illuminates pathway of prevention and turning potential catastrophe into knowledge and knowledge into preparedness. From the echoes in the dark to insight in the lab, the bat caves teaches vigilance. So, and protecting habitats, decoding viral patterns, and respecting the ecological balance are not just act of science; they are act of survival. Now, the bat cave, once seen as a mysterious refuge of night, now stands revealed or as a vital classroom for humanity. Now, within these shadows, viruses evolve, adapt, and remind us of the fragile thread that binds ecosystem together. So by decoding these hidden exchanges, the scientists are not merely studying the bats, they are safeguarding the future of human health. The lesson is very clear. Pandemics are born at the intersection of ecology and society, and the prevention begins with the understanding. Protecting habitats, respecting biodiversity, and listening to the signals of nature are the act of foresight. So, in the quiet echoes of caves, we find both warning and wisdom. An urgent call to balance our relationship with the natural world before the next leap occurs. So, we would look forward your comments, what you think about this subject. And we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. See you in the next one. But before we end this video, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Before the robotic arms and AI entered the operation theatre, a healer in ancient India was already reshaping the future of medicine. Sushruta, the legendary father of surgery, carved his legacy not with the medicines, but with wisdom, precision, and compassion. In Sushruta Samhita, he described rhinoplasty, cataract surgery, and anatomy with astonishing details. Centuries ahead of his time, and in today 2026, as medicine balance in innovation with ethics, his voice echoes across the millennia. Let's find out more about him. In the annals of medical history, few names shines as bright as Sushruta, the ancient Indian physician whose vision and practice earned him the title of Father of Surgery. So, living around the 6th century BCE in Kashi, the modern Varanasi, Sushruta was more than a healer. He was teacher, he was philosopher and innovator who believed medicine was a sacred duty rooted in compassion and discipline. His legacy, preserved in Sushruta Samhita, continues to resonate even in 2026 as the world seeks balance between cutting edge technology and holistic care. Sushruta Samhita is monumental text spanning 186 chapters covering surgery, anatomy, pharmacy and pediatrics, taxology and prevention medicines. Within its page, Sushruta described surgical techniques that astonish modern readers also, like rhinoplasty using skin flaps, cataract surgeries by lens removal, and lithotomy for bladder stones and obesities, a procedure to save mothers, especially in critical conditions. He catalogs over 300 bones, 700 vessels, and a wide array of surgical instruments. So, demonstrating a mastery of anatomy that was centuries ahead of its time. His insistence on hygiene, diets, and lifestyle as pillar of health foreshadows even the modern preventive medicines. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward on this wonderful topic, Sushruta's contribution was not merely technical. He emphasized on ethics, compassion, and the morality of responsibilities of physicians. So, in an age where the artificial intelligence and robotics are entering in operating rooms, his reminder that the healing is both science and art, and that feels especially both the things combination and the field definitely you will also agree is very urgent even in 2026. Technology may enhance precision, but the human touch, empathy, respect, and ethical judgment remains irreplaceable. In 2026, Sushruta's relevance is striking. As reconstructive surgery advances, his pioneer in rhinoplasty techniques are recognized as a procedure to modern plastic surgery. As integrative medicines gains traction, his holistic approach, combining such surgery with Ayurveda, diets, and lifestyle, offers a model for sustainable healthcare. And as a global health system grapples with the pandemics, lifestyle diseases, and ethical dilemmas, his vision of medicines as moral duty provides timeless guidance. So, Sushruta's life reminds us that innovation is not only about inventions but about foresight. He anticipated the need for structured surgical training, insisting that students practice on watermelon or animal carcasses before operating on human. As a principle, echoes even today's medical simulations. He saw the physician not as a technician but as a custodian of life, entrusted with both skill and conscience. So in 2026, Sushruta's voice echoes across millennia. His cave of knowledge, like that of Bat Cave of virus ecology, teaches vigilance and balance. He reminds us that the medicine must evolve and serve the humanity, and the healing is a dialogue between tradition and innovation. His contribution is not a relic of past, but a living lesson for the future. So definitely, and this is something that, his legacy is not definitely we should read, we should appreciate, and we should also follow the footstep what he has put across for human development, human health development. So his legacy, as I said, is not definitely a relic. It's a living compass pointing us towards future where the healing is both precise and compassion. So we have come to end of this interesting topic. I will request you to like and subscribe our channel and look forward for your comments on this topic. See you in the next one. But before we end this live video, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, welcome to this executive lesson, and the big question that we have on our mind today which we want to address is, can detachment actually lead to better result in business? This is a very profound question, and that is why in today's high pressure corporate world, CEOs are often told that the end justifies the means. Alright, so there is nothing about detachment, but the ancient wisdom, which is Bhagavad Gita, talks about detachment all the time. They are saying that if you shift your focus from the result to your nishkam karma, basically undivided attention to your work, that will give you better result, and therefore this should be your strategy. And you know, this will also take away your high pressure, whereas you are not focused about result, but you are actually focused about the work, which is the worship in this case. So friends, stick around. because this is going to be very interesting. It is going to be useful for people in the leadership position, also for anybody who want to implement, follow Bhagavad Gita. So friends, I will start the discussion now.
We live in an era of hyper result. Every quarter, every week, every minute is tracked. As a leader, you value often reduced to a single metric, which is the bottom line. But here is the irony. The more we obsess over the finish line, more likely that we are, stumble before we get there. We are seeing record level of burnout, decision fatigue, and quite quitting at the executive level.